the group discussions. We are now confident of what we discussed on, and we are now ready to go for day 2. And to begin with, we shall have 2 presentations today, and the discussion groups, that makes it 3. And the first presentation will come from none other than Mr. Bob Kazungu, who is the national focal point for REDD in Uganda, but is also the Assistant Commissioner for Forestry in charge of forest monitoring. We will ask him to do a presentation on national forest monitoring systems. Mr. Kazungu, if you may step forward and deliver this presentation. You are welcome.
First, sincere apologies that we couldn't join yesterday. We had, you see that I'm Assistant Commissioner, and thanks for promoting me quickly. Acting Assistant Commissioner. But yesterday I was trying to make sure I become a full Assistant Commissioner through public service interviews. Some of you need to be aware that the public service advertised for those positions, among other positions. So yesterday we were battling with many other people to make sure that, but since I said that I'm Assistant Commissioner, so I'll take it. I'll actually do a few days from now. And that explains why I could not join you yesterday. And also sincere apologies. I was just checking on my colleagues to find out about the permanent secretary. The permanent secretary was not available yesterday, but hopefully we could have some message today. Hopefully, I'm trying to see how, but if it doesn't, then we shall combine the closing with the opening, but that will depend on his communication. I'm just waiting for him to communicate to me to see what to do. So that's why probably you didn't, we're not able to have those remarks as well. But they've always been there. They've always been opening these meetings. These meetings are continuous for your own information. These kind of engagements, we've had how many so far, Christine? These kind of meetings? About 5 meetings. So it's just, we are coming to the end of this capacity building engagement meeting. So it's been happening, these meetings in the other meetings. So I think, yeah, but well, I'm excited that I was asked to talk about this topic because it's been a while since we completed architecture for the National Forest Monitoring System. Suppose engagements about that the National Forest Monitoring System is one of those 4 elements of REDD+. REDD+ is actually supposed to deliver those 4 elements. That's the and those 4 elements then help support the country that is ready to deliver REDD+ results. In terms of results-based payments, right? So the National Forest Monitoring is just one of those 4. There is a safeguards information system, which is delivered by, the improvements to that SIS are being done with the support we have here in REDD, although focusing on one of the major standards that we have in the world, the R3 standard. But the work that we are doing is actually improving the whole safeguards framework for REDD+, even though we are focusing on the standard, but the improvements we do can be used even for other standards, by other developments of REDD+. Just wanted that to be a bit clear from the start. But for purposes of those who have not been with us for a very long time, I wanted to start with this slide. Just to mention a little bit of how far we've gone with REDD+ implementation or readiness because it was concluded, and now we are trying to see how we juggle between the investment phase and the resource-based payments phase. But this was a very important part of development of REDD Plus as a country. When Uganda became party to this conversation in 2008, 2009, with support from the World Bank CPF, but also the Austrians came on board, the government of Uganda saw, but also the UN REDD national programs that we had at that time. So from 2009 up to 2021, we were battling, struggling to make sure we do this kind of thing that are on that slide. And structured implementation in those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 aspects. But the first one was on the issue of how we organized at that time, how we coordinating this whole issue of REDD Plus. The secretariat, like you understand yesterday, is seated in the forestry sector support department. We're trying, government takes long to make sure that the whole implementation of REDD Plus is enshrined within the framework of government. That's a journey that might take us another 3 or 4 years to conclude. We're starting with the plan. The NDP4, you'll see that we have put a REDD Plus in there very strongly. In our budgeting for the department, we have put all these things there. But these other external support coming to amplify and strengthen some of these things. So during that time of readiness phase, and some of these are continuing now because coordination continues for REDD, engineered or championed by the Forest Sector Support Department. We had those structures in place, the National Technical Committees, task forces, the National Climate Change Advisory Committee, which also doubles as the steering committee for REDD Plus. The task forces for which some of you are, majority of them have left institution. We're trying to rebuild them. We had a meeting with some of them in the last meeting at Kabila International Country Club. Some of them, just I think a few have been selected to attend this meeting. But those task forces were the initial points of contact for technical issues. As we do the MRV conversations, we needed some people to start off to discuss, because REDD Plus is about consensus building. I mean, that's why we do all these consultations with you, because it needs people of different minds to sit together and agree on a couple of things. So these task forces will bring people with different technical abilities, but categorized depending on the issue. And for the MRV, we had an MRV task force. MRV is monitoring, reporting, and verification. Then for the safeguards, we had the SESA task force or safeguards task force, which I think the conversation of safeguard that you had yesterday, I don't want to go back to what the safeguards mean. And then, of course, we had some aspects of policy issues, policy incentives, development advancement for REDD Plus. We had a task force to that effect. Then the technical committee was a little bit above the task force in terms of ensuring that you look at what the task forces have delivered and try to do some quality checks and further technical guidance. Then when an issue requires endorsement, for example, one time we wanted to define a forest, we take it a little bit higher, the steering committee to endorse that. And then also there are a couple of things that we are just about with this work that we're doing. We're about to organize a national a meeting with the National Climate Change Advisory Committee chaired by the public sector in order to endorse some of the things, the couple of things that have come out of all these engagements we've had with you on safeguards, and also the work that FAO is doing. Thanks to John Begumana there, he's the support national consultant for the FAO work that is being done under UN REDD support. And I know that this meeting is not for that, but maybe later on we shall tell you what the FAO is doing and what the UNDP is supposed to do under this UN REDD support or program. So that's how we were structured, and that's how we continue to be structured. But remember that people keep changing institutions. We're trying to get other nominations to replace those who have. We even lost some people. When I became a REDD Plus focal point and looked at the list, I saw 3 people had actually passed on. And I was like, so we need to replace them. So this is what happens with some of these processes. But we continue, of course, to have stakeholders engaged like now on different aspects, as you can see, this meeting. And then also at that time, we of course want to deliver a strategy as one of the also elements. So REDD+ strategy is in place. In addition to those 4 elements, we also had other frameworks, benefit sharing arrangements, the gender action plans, the feedback grievance redress mechanisms. There are so many things that we also did during that time. But we also decided to go and do some emission reduction things. Of course, now I was discussing with Xavier, who is the brain behind these emission reduction things at the time, to say, do we need them now or don't we? But that's a discussion that we're trying to see. But basically, these 2 emission reduction things are supposed to become emission reduction programs, actually 4, because we have 4 water management zones. Maybe just take you back a little bit. The REDD+ implementation, when you read the strategy, and I hope you guys are accessing these documents. You see, if you come for such a meeting, it's good for you to know this whole thing about REDD+. One of the key outcomes or outputs of REDD+, the REDD+ strategy and the action plan for the country. So if you read it, you'll see that REDD+ is supposed to be implemented against or within water management zone, because the Ministry of Water and Environment delimited zone the country into 4 water management zones. At least at the time, by the time we're doing that, we also have the FLR zonation, but by the time we're doing this first initial discussion of the strategy, we looked at the water management zone. So we're trying to see how this is harmonized with the other zonations, which you might be aware of. But so within those zones, each of them can be a landscape for implementation of REDD+. So we wanted to do emission reduction programs for each of them, so that they sort of like become the resource mobilization tools for engaging people who want to transact with us within those zones for REDD+ credits. And so we started off with 2 zones, Choga and Albertine, and we didn't complete the process. We ended with the pins. So from the pins, we do further consultations and further data analysis, we end up with the program itself, which is more or less like a PDD. For those of you who have some understanding of these concepts, the program design document for carbon trade, for example. So we want to reach there, but when we got the pins, then we started reflecting after. Said, okay, we have so many project level REDD+ projects by non-state actors out there. You know, I think we need now to rethink whether we conclude all these programs or we go for nesting strategies for the country. So it's a discussion that we are trying to do internally, and also we want to seek your guidance later to see how we can move forward. But that's how, though we know what we want to do, but we also want you to reflect on it together with us. One element of WASO is the FREL. This is like the baseline, forest reference emission level. Completed that in 2018. We want to do a second one. We thought we did this year. We thought we did in 2020. We couldn't because of COVID and other challenges. So we should 2024, but I think it's becoming a bit tricky because the financing to do this was coming in bits. But we think that by the end of next year, we should be able to have a second updated FREL. If it comes earlier, we shall let you know. We're trying to do our best because we're now improving activity data, the support from FAO. And when you have improved activity data, then you can easily have another baseline. So we shall let you know if we do it a little bit earlier than 2025. The other element is the system that I'm going to talk about. The architecture and design is in place. A few things have been done. As a REDD+ focal point, I'm not very comfortable with where we are, but I'll let you know how far we've gone with an NFMS because we really want it to be fully functional. There's some things that are missing. Then, of course, the issue of the safeguards information system, the architecture and design is in place. We have an SIS web page. We shall share with you the link. Please remind the moderator to share the link with you. We shall put it up here. So you can visit our safeguard information system web page and see the couple of information that we are starting to input there, including the work that we are doing here. We shall be able to have it there. Of course, this system also, safeguard information system, went along with our submission of the first summary of information report to UNFCCC. It's one of the requirements for, for a country to be engaged in transactions for carbon, especially if you want to go for the REDD+ credits. So this is how far we have gone. A lot of other things have been done, but just wanted to make a quick summary of how far we have gone at the REDD+. And of course, since that time, we've had a lot of other engagements. We submitted concept note to GCF for results. We submitted in 2020 because this work we did in 2019 up to 2019. We submitted some results to the UNFCCC, what we call a technical annex to the BOR, biannual update report, which very soon will become a BTR, biannual transparency report. But those are things that I hope you can later on find out what they mean, because that's another conversation. But what we're calling from the climate change department here, you can ask her the difference between BOR and BTR. You should be able to unpack that for us a little bit later during a cup of tea. But we hope that you should be able to participate in the next BTR submission as another technical annex or results for REDD+, because of the improvements of the data that we're having so far. And other engagements, we've now, of course, we joined the REDD, and that's why we are here trying to align the REDD in terms of safeguards, in terms of carbon accounting and other things. There are documents that we need to submit the REDD Secretariat, the plan for conformance, the trees registration document, the trees monitoring report, and those things bring us here together to make sure we add value to them. And the other things, the LEAF Coalition and other engagements, these non-state actors have been trying to demonstrate something through feasibility studies. A lot of work has been done based on the success of the REDD+ readiness phase that we had from 2008 up to 2021, to be precise. So, and that's how we're moving. Next slide. I just want to give you a very quick summary of how far we have come. I keep repeating this because I know some of us have not been so much involved in these processes. In this meeting you see another new face. The next meeting you see another part. So so I thought about it. So I added this slide just to make sure that we have a bit of understanding of where we have come from. But please feel free to ask as many questions as you can, but also you visit our website of the ministry, and then you look for REDD+, and then you see some of the developments that we've done so far. So the National Forest Monitoring System has characteristics, but it was aimed at building it. We're calling it a robust because it has to do more than just the trends of forest cover and emission reduction. So it can do more than that. So we're saying we're building a robust National Forest Monitoring System. The construction of this system, with support from the World Bank FCPF, Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, and it spanned quite a long time, but the most aggressive or intense period was about 2017, 2018 to 2019. And it was meant to support all the MRV functions related to REDD+ activities, including collecting data, assessing periodically, both forest area, but also the forest area change, what we normally call activity data. And then undertaking regular inventories, of course. So whatever activity data we have, inventories we have a section within the National Forest Monitoring System that captures the NFI information, but also collects information on forest carbon stocks and carbon stock changes, all that are relevant to estimating emissions and removals, and providing, of course, emission factors within the system. When you have all this activity data and all these other factors, then you can, all these other elements, then you can easily compute an emission factor. And activity data with emission factor, then you can have the credits. Anyway, that's another conversation for another day. We can have another capacity building session on that. The other function is support the mentoring function, the MFS under the national, regional, international requirements. So in terms of reporting internationally, for example, climate change department is the one responsible for international reporting. So whatever we do at the Red Plus Secretariat, and we want to report it to the international community, we ask the Commissioner for Climate Change Department to submit this on our behalf. But specific Red Plus things, National Focal Point submits them to the Lima Info Hub for REDD. Some of you have visited that. But if it is part of the UNFF submission, then it has to be the UNFF focal person who is the Commissioner for Climate Change. So in some countries, the Climate Change Department and the REDD Plus are together. For Uganda, we are in a different department. So that coordination is quite important. So how you manage that is something very important. And of course, the monitoring functions include monitoring for performance, so implementation of REDD Plus activities, monitoring performance of national results-based actions, monitoring performance of policies and measures from other sectors. And when the reform REDD Plus focuses on forestry, but we have a hand in the other sectors. When you look at the strategy of REDD Plus, you see climate smart agriculture as one of the options in the REDD Plus strategy. So when you climate smart agriculture, then you're contributing to the key aspects of REDD Plus, of reducing emissions, for example, and whether through adaptation or mitigation. And there's also fire management, there's also livestock rearing. So it crosses, and also energy aspects within the options of the strategy. So we cross different sectors. And so this system can be used to try and track both things also, depending on how you do it. And of course, the institutionalization of functions and their capacities is something that this system actually demonstrates, because when you see the next slide, or in the next slides, but for now, that's okay. I'll talk about that later, how we've tried to institutionalize this system. I mean, supports the system in terms of data, provision and things like that. You'll appreciate the aspect of institutionalization. But in terms of measurement, estimation, as well as the way we developed our national forest monitoring system, we did have the land use land cover data in that system. For that period, you can see I've put a dot after 2020, because as we improve the data, we add it within the system. There are some challenges, of course. Maybe for information, as you'll see, the institutionalization, this system is technically still under the National Forestry Authority. And you know, when you have the things of merger being talked about, then some staff are a bit unsure, am I going to be here for long? So the one who's supposed to coordinate it is not sure, am I going to be here the next year? So it becomes a bit of a challenge. But now that we have some sort of green light that I think the NFA survived. Can I use the word survived? The NFA is around. So we hope that, we can have, but whatever land use land cover data that we have as we generate it. So you can see those 2020, but 2021, 2022 is also under development. We have some partners. I was just having conversation with John Begumana, who did some work with us as government, non-state actors. You want to have that information also be part of the National Forest Monitoring System, because data collected in the country ideally is owned by government, right? Especially if you're collecting data in the government estates. Okay, then recent advances in technology are helping the other activity of forest degradation. Nobody can tell me that, let me just let you know that our initial forest reference emission level baseline was based on deforestation computations. Because REDD Plus is reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, including the plus, which has the other elements of sustainable forest management, enhancement of carbon stocks, and conservation. So these activities, when you try to analyze them, then you can have emission reductions or emissions from the activities, and hence emission reduction based on how you're dealing with those activities. So we have advancing technology, and right now we're trying to see how we can include degradation. In other words, the kind of baseline that we have might be, okay, can I say improved? Okay, the emission reductions that we have might be enhanced if we include other activities. So because of advancing technology, we're including forest degradation into our computations. And in the next FREL, we hope to have it embedded in there. And you will see that it will be sort of like an enhancement in the emission reductions based on that activity as well. The National Forest Inventory is in the system. There's what we call exploratory inventory, which is the broader, when you look at the entire, space within the country. Then there are the specifics, which you can also do depending on the need. So about maybe 75 to 80% of the country was tackled. Analysis continues to happen within the system or by the system managers. So look at the system, which I tried to show you the latest link to the NFMS. It had had a bit of issues because of some support from one of the projects at NFA, which ended and was helping us to manage our cloud system for this data. They use FS, the United States Forest Services support, but I tried to say that the latest link that I have here is able to, for you to access the NFMS. You'll see some of these aspects in there. We also did do some organic carbon assessments or analysis within that system, and it was conducted, and the database is also in place that contains the organic carbon estimates by the land use, land cover, and land use change aspects containing the whole entire country. This work was handled by Naro Kawanda during that time. In other words, much as we have carbon, above ground carbon, the trees, the trunks, and all these things, and the leaves and everything, but we also have below ground carbon, including soil organic carbon. So we want to leave it out. So we said this, let's try to do some testing and find out whether this data. So it is possible actually for us to have look at this organic carbon and include it within our computations. But I talked about the national international reporting. Do support the National Forest Monitoring System when it is fully functional, can support so many things, including the national communications. It was based on the system architecture that we're able to supply information, report, the first biannual report, the second national communication, and and also the third communication was also concluded. But we hope that as we continue working, we're trying to submit the NDC, the next national development, national determined contribution for the country, I think sometime next year. We hope to use this information to be able to do that. In terms of the actual architecture for data collection, some of these are not very clear, but you can see that in terms of data collection, we have, let's start from down. We have the national biomass surveys and expected inventories, and then the permanent sample plots that provide data through, of course, tools, ODK and otherwise. But we also have private sector on NFA land. The forest officers are supposed to use the ODK tools, open data kits, and even farmers from SPGs and another community groups, depending NGOs, can be the sources of data to feed into the system, and can be in two ways. You can use ODK, you can use GPS and the linked and information somewhere for storage, and of course somewhere for purposes of cleanup of the data within the system, and then stored in terms of CSV and MySQL. That was what we used. We are trying to improve that at the moment because of the improvements in data, and also the cloud. For those who conversant with the cloud developments for data storage in the cloud, you know that MySQL is becoming a little bit weak. So we're trying to see that we can apply the cloud systems to do that. So this is sort of the structure that we have in terms of data collection. We have the people. So what does that mean, therefore? It has a lot of implications, and FAO is trying to help us with the data sharing protocol. All these people you see here, they won't voluntarily give you data. Somehow they have some issues with their data. So you have got to agree with them. In some governments, okay, we have here access to data. How do they call it? Access to Information Act, which means that stakeholders should actually give government data for as long as that everybody can actually access data from you, for as long as it doesn't infringe on your rights or maybe some confidentiality, financial statements or things like that. But in addition to that, and many countries have that kind of act, some countries have actually written by law, by law asked institutions to share whatever data that they have, because it's an obligation of government to be able to own up all this information. But what you're trying to do, because the REDD plus anyway, we're trying to develop a data sharing protocol so that we have people voluntarily share with us information to feed into the national forest monitoring system. And this is one of the challenges that we're actually facing, that we are not running this system very well because we're not receiving information in time voluntarily, or with people interested in doing that to be able to service the system itself. So we're trying to find a way of doing it in the next few months before end of this year. A sharing protocol, which will be, we're working with the national, the UBOS, Uganda Bureau of Standards, as well as Bureau of Statistics. And then we are working also with the Justice Ministry, because it has some legal implications to make sure that we have this data sharing protocol in place. Next, so in terms of data, next slide. In terms of data analysis and sharing, when all this comes in there, right, it's acquired and is in there, then we have a team that is doing some initial analysis can happen and cleanups here, but we have the Power BI here. Some people are actually doing the document up here within the NFA. That's their responsibility. And then, of course, the analysis itself. Analysis means that you're looking at all this activity data. What does it make sense in terms of, I mean, can we do emission factors out of this data? Can we talk to different people based on the kind of data that we have? So this is what we do with data analysis and sharing. However, we have the issue of sharing with the home. So we did some work in 2020 with in a GEOF project called CBIT, Capacity Building Initiative Transparency, just to see who is accessing the National Forest Monitoring System. So an assessment was done, and you could see that people actually had started to log into the system to be able to use some of the data. But interestingly, the majority were international people. We didn't see local trying to use that system, at least by that time, 2020 and part of 2021. So this is the sort of like architecture of both data collection, the first slide, and analysis and sharing. But you know, the institution, you may not be listed here, but there's a number of institutions that we think should be able to, and data sources that should be able to work with us to make sure we have this system functional. Garbage in, garbage out, no data, no report. But somehow we've been able to report to our national obligations. Right now, the cover, I think, is about, skips is shifting because we are improving our technology at advanced now, using Planet, and it's a bit more advanced in terms of how much can we see. But also, if you see so much, then there are things that the bad things that you also see so much. So somehow our coverage has reduced a bit for your own information. And when you saw His Excellency putting a ban on charcoal in northern Uganda and these other things of export, and sometimes you say, okay, maybe based on these findings, this is why we have all this happening. But okay, next slide. So all the data that is collected by the institutions, and of course, some of the institutions have servers that have all this data, but in terms of the institutions that we're working with very closely, first of all, this work, the technical support was from FL. It's good to acknowledge people, right? And they are continuing actually right now to support us. Movements, Planet, CEPAL, and all these kind of new initiatives. These FAO teams are the ones that are supporting most of the countries actually in the world on these data things. I was in Rome last week, and you could see the appetite for FAO to continue supporting the country. Maybe for your own information, you might not know. You might be having some things that are not going right in the sector, but the forestry sector of Uganda is one of the most advanced in terms of the subject of data in Africa, the forestry sector. In fact, globally, that's why we see many people come here to work with our teams, technical teams at NFA and other places, because a lot of capacity has been built in country for forestry data collection and analysis, use of these tools, Planet, CEPAL, all the things. We're one of the most advanced. So there's no reason why we should not be moving certain things further. And that's what we're trying to do at REDD Secretariat, to make sure that there are things that we should be having start. Because we have all this capacity that we have to REDD+ support. But the climate change department is very key for this data. We forgot to put the Department of Environment Sector Services support, because the Department of Environment Sector Services support is supporting us on the safeguarding information system. And we believe that maybe that's why it's not here, because it's just focusing on NFMS, that the safeguard information system can actually be linked to the national forest monitoring systems. Good practice, or it's best practice. But climate change department is international reporting, like I told you. My department where I come from is responsible for the national reporting, the forestry issues, and my division is responsible for monitoring and assessment for the sector. The NFA is delivering the technical aspects. In fact, the system sits within the NFA. The ministry just has access. We have full access rights. We do the coordination, but the NFA handles all the technical aspects of the system. The National Agricultural Research Organization for the Soil Organic Carbon Estimates, which whenever they improve, they share with us so that we can include National Forest Monitoring System. We have other partners who are involved in the National Forest Monitoring System architecture development, like the Jane Goodall Institute, which piloted a community or district forest services and community contribution of information to the system. And I just talked about FAO was providing technical support. So it's a rich system with a lot of gaps that we are still trying to make sure we fix moving forward. Next slide. I want to conclude. These are the stakeholders. So I think if you're not here, maybe you are categorized as NGO. We have many other complementary MRV institutions, Jane Goodall, the forest services, some of the major projects like the SPGs, which of course ended, so that will be changed. We have other sources of data. All these give us this non-hierarchical stakeholder analysis of what the environment, of course, may not be included here, but what we're trying to show you is that all these institutions are part of the infrastructure of the National Forest Monitoring System, and they deliver information to us. They support us sometimes in analysis. The academia, most of the work they do sometimes supports us in making inferences from our analysis that we are doing on the National Forest Monitoring System. Next slide. So this is a key message as I end, that our NDCs, of course, offers a strong opportunity. The fact that NFRS makes a contribution to the national determined contribution in terms of data. So we are able to mainstream REDD Plus into national planning processes. Got our updated NDC REDD Plus strategy was most of some of the options they were made a contribution to aspirations of us of adaptation and mitigation. And we are working again with the climate change department to see how we can continue to have these elements within the NDC that we're going to submit. And then, of course, it's important to note that there's a lot of continuous improvement. You see, with the data, with systems of this nature, every year, okay, maybe for information, if you didn't know, almost every 3 months, we have some new technology, some new methodology. Sample area estimates to use of centroids, then to use of maps alone, the LULOC maps. But now we have sample area estimates to the map. Now we have we're using points within as we do the mapping. But now we're going to use centroids, like central points. You have many points in the center. It seems to be the most saturated. So there's a lot of improvement, and every time there is an improvement, we need to continue improving a system of this nature, because the way you analyze and capture data may change, maybe. But we'll continue improving because capacity needs to be built. A lot of gaps in even additional data sources, which we need to include. Degradation, for example, we talked about it. All the things need capacity to be built, but also in being able to report the UNFFCCC. From December this year, countries like Uganda will start to report what we call the BTR, biannual transparency report. We used to call it the biannual update report, but now because of the Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, where the transparency issues are quite important, including reporting on which finances you have received, which capacity has been given the country, who has given you money, and things like that. This may require some tweaking and some capacity building of the teams that are handling such a system to be able to include those things as well. Of course, the MRV system that I heard you talk about in the recap that the climate change department is handling has taken care of some of the things of transparency, even before the Article 13 was brought, but most of these aspects are included in there in the MRV system under the climate change department. But we're also saying that we should now reach a time when there is a very clear linkage. Whatever we improve on our side has to be known by the climate change department teams that are managing the MRV system. But again, the same teams that are handling the National Forest Monitoring System at NFA and at the REDD Secretariat are the same people whose capacity is being built within the MRV system for handling the GHG inventories and others. The continuous improvement in monitoring, of course, with other measurements and regular annual forest area cover change, assessments, that's activity data, carbon stocks in terms of emission factors, emissions from burning, biomass burning, the issues of fire, accuracy assessments and national verifications are all things that under monitoring we need to build capacity and very quickly. In terms of analysis, capacity needs to be built. The National Geological Information System does further analysis. Capacity has to be built. Driver and factor of forest change, establishing reference emission level and regular updating. The National Intervention Reporting, I talked about the BTR. I didn't mention that we have a roadmap for the annual transparency reporting, which work was supported. Is it by GGI or something? GGI has developed a roadmap for biannual transparency reporting that the country needs to follow, and REDD Plus keeps a close eye on when are we reporting. Can we also do another technical annex or not? Is it necessary? Is it not? Because it's voluntary. It is voluntary aspect for you to share your results with the world. Nobody is forcing any country to share results. In fact, Uganda was the first African country to share its results in 2020 in April at the peak of COVID. We shared our results with the UNFCCC and we underwent technical assessment by UNFCCC experts. During that year of COVID, it's a very difficult year for me, I must say, in terms of, because I had to keep moving in the office under all this difficult to access internet and, be able to report. And we worked very much with John Begumana there and the team that was at NFA at that time to make sure we submit the results. And of course, the registry here for REDD+ is going to benefit a lot from the work that is going on with the National Forest Monitoring System and activity data improvement. So because the last slide, just to let you know that those results that we submitted because of the work of the National Forest Monitoring System that we did and the NFI and all the things we did has led to GCF board of 13th to 15th July approving our concept note that we submitted. And we're now going to prepare a proposal to get some small money, about $40 million, to be able to do additional improvements in REDD+ work generally, but in activity data, build capacity, engage with you more than before. So thanks to some of you who have been part of this work. So when I went to Rome last week, we're trying to concretize on that to see how we can quickly prepare the proposal and submit to the GCF. There are only 4 countries that benefited from this. In Africa, it's only Uganda. And then the other countries are PNG, I think Suriname, and another country, I think Colombia or something. So we really appreciative to all of you and every time you come here, maybe just let me give you the strategic issue of you being involved in this meeting. As we do the ATRI's alignment, the VVBs, the validation verification bodies that will be looking at whether we can engage in the transaction using ATRIs, we'll ask for the sheet of this meeting, maybe 5 years later, to prove that you were part of this meeting. Just wanted to let you know. So we don't take your being here lightly. We'll appreciate. Usually it's short notice. We're trying to improve on that. Short notice, because sometimes you send an advance email, but then you have to wait for the boss to sign some letters of invitation where he tells me do it, then I sign on his behalf. But if he hasn't said it, we have got to wait for so sometimes it's sort of short notice, and some of your institutions want an invitation later, hard copy, before you can get out of your institution. So we sincerely apologize for that, but we're trying to make improvements as we move ahead. I want to thank you very much.
I would like to request that you one more time put your hands together and thank Mr. Kazungu for the presentation he has made about the National Forest Monitoring System. The presentation has been quite elaborate. He provided a summary of Uganda's progress in all the readiness subcomponents, which include, among others, the readiness organization and consultation. It also included the REDD+ strategy preparations. He informed us about the component of reference emission levels and the component of monitoring system for forests and safeguards. He also talked about the characteristics of Uganda's National Forest Monitoring System, where he said that it is a supporting tool to the MRV. It also supports regional, national, and international reports that are required from time to time. And then he mentioned the role it plays in institutionalization of NFMS and MRVs. He talked to us about the collection of Uganda's NFMS, very complicated structure, but easily understandable for those of us who have a link in database management systems. It's quite elaborate, elaborate and usable. Then he talked to us about the progress of institutionalizing NFMS at large, and I think we need to appreciate him, but we have some questions for you, Mr. Kazungu, and this is the time we should ask him. If the presentation did for you to ask questions, please, this is the time, and by show of hands, I will select the hands. Yes.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner. Yesterday, I think Mr. Wegumina mentioned it as part of our recap. There was a question on drivers and other things that didn't come out clearly in the presentation on the MRV. So I would request for our own learning, since we are in capacity building workshop, the link between what you've presented and what was presented yesterday. How are the two, what's the interface, or how are the two helping each other? How do we speak to each other? And then when you're presenting the presentation on institutionalization, because this is a forest monitoring system, yesterday we learned about energy, agriculture. Even in your presentation, actually, you mentioned it. So it's still, the question still comes, how are these other sectors that are under the drivers of DD? How are we measuring, or how are we monitoring? Still, do they also have their own monitoring system, like the forestry monitoring system? If not, why? Yeah, that's what I wanted to find out.
Thank you very much for the questions. On the other hand, I can see Patrick itching to raise his hand, but he's not raising the hand. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner. Highly honored to be part of this team. My question is a problem I usually encounter, and I even feel embarrassed to maybe ask it, but since this is a capacity building workshop, it could help us. How does one get this information on your web page? Because even now I was trying to see if I can get into that link. To have a simple way, do, and we are there. How could somebody do that? Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, you have a microphone.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Bob, for that presentation. I just want to issues on data. Of course, I would like to appreciate REDD Plus for the data, doing it together. And I just had a few issues on the data. How safe is our data where it is being stored? Because now cyber issues are getting higher and higher. And I think on the issues of accessibility, is it free? Anybody can access it free? And then maybe thirdly, what are the gaps in this data? How much do we have? How much of the missing data is there? And then this data is being collected. You said, of course, there are many sources that we get this data from. In the cleaning process, are we sure that this data, how authentic, how accurate is this data? how reliable is it? And then lastly, still on data, as maybe the other members already said, how have we advertised? How do people know that this data is there if it is free that they can access? How have we told people that if you need this data, it is there and this is how you can get it? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Anna?
Thank you, Mr. Kazungu, for the presentation. I'm just curious about where the local government comes in with the data collection. Amidst the challenges they have, how do they contribute to the data? Thank you.
Are you an employee of local government? An advocate? Yeah, okay. I think we now give a chance to Mr. Kazungu to respond to those. There will always be another chance to ask questions. So those who have not asked questions, please give him an opportunity to respond to the questions he's been asked. Then we shall have another round of questions.
Thank you, moderator. You know, I love questions because they do two things to me. One, they help me to appreciate that I think we need to do a little bit more to share information. But secondly, they also help us to do better in terms of I mean, if there are gaps in the way the sharing data or things like that. So let me start with this very difficult. Okay, I mean, it's an interesting question. The drivers. I wasn't here yesterday, so I'm trying to figure out that presentation, how it brought out the issue of drivers. But I'm imagining that you're trying to say that how does the influence and the rate functions, how is it related to the issue of the drivers? Maybe I can just take it that way. But indeed, the data that we collect based on what happens to the sources of this data in one way or the other. And that's why we have data we collect for degradation, as we have started to, and then for deforestation. But what are the drivers that lead to those things? One of them could be the fire, banning of the estates in one or the other across the country, in some parts of the country. And so we conduct an analysis of emissions from, you know, as a result of banning, then there is the connection with that driver, that specific driver, with the kind of data that comes into the NFMS. But also, you know, that if we have a reduced estate due to so many reasons, then the kind of data we collect is going to reflect what is happening across the country. When we zoom through satellite imagery to some of these areas where we are seeing a lot of deforestation, then you can use the signatures of the satellite imagery to tell whether probably there is some burning which occurred there, or there is a cultivation which was done in such and such a location. And so you make inferences because there is an explanatory note for the data that we collect. So the drivers help you to make inferences or corroborate and do the analysis better. The emission factors is yet another thing which is linked very much to the drivers when trying to compute it. So that is how this drivers conversations lead to the kind of data that then we get for the National Forest Monitoring System. We can talk about this for much longer time if you wish during the break. The institutionalization issue, how, I think, did I pick this one? How did these institutions, okay, how are these other sectors, are they also having these MRV systems or monitoring systems? Or it's sometimes difficult to know, but I know that institutions like anyway, let me just let you know that this MRV system for forestry is quite REDD plus MRV. You might have, which is the National Forest Monitoring System. You might have a project, a REDD plus project, for example, which has also developed its own MRV system for tracking emission reductions for each project specific to REDD plus, for example. So that institution, therefore, which is a proponent or a suitor for that project, will have an MRV system. So the energy, for example, they have a system which they are using for capturing charcoal. I hope it is now functional, but I was part of so many years ago. Charcoal probe and things like that, and charcoal sources was coming from, and the emission related to the activity of charcoal burning. So that will be called a MRV system for that institution of energy, which is connected to forestry. They must be having other systems for other things, but linked to this conversation. Private sector have their own MRV or well, maybe don't call them MRV because MRV has 3 components: monitoring, reporting, and certification. Maybe they have only monitoring and reporting component in some of their systems. So they can supply data to the NFMS, for example, to their reporting management information system, depending on how you may want to call it. So it is possible. And for those that don't, this is because of so many reasons, but private sector, most of, especially the tree growers, institution, Soga Forest Company, New Forest Company, like they have their own monitoring systems, which they were trying to negotiate with them through the data sharing protocol to be able to supply information to the forestry to the NFMS, NFA without any hesitation. After all, anyway, most of the investments are on government estates. Yeah, we were trying to improve the IT people this morning because before I mentioned that, I had to check. We are trying to improve our street. We've actually improving it for the last 1.5 years. So sometimes you log in and you can't get information, but we keep asking them. I hope our information is there because we are telling people in meetings that you can go and see REDD plus on the on the system. I mean, REDD plus things you have done, documents, CSMF, and all the others. But is it true? So I was talking to my colleagues at the department, and we got one person to work with an IT to keep tracking. Is it working or is it not? So that is something which I think we need to keep checking. So if you're not accessing, I don't know, anybody else can try. Maybe it could be internet connectivity. But if somebody else can try to access something on REDD plus, maybe then we can cooperate and find out if maybe it's an issue with your gadget or something. I love the question of how safe is our data, whatever it is. That's a very interesting question because the security profiles that you put in add into data in order to make it safer, in order so that no hacker can get in and either damage the data or things like that. We also have backup systems as one of the security aspects. But the only thing you can do to data is to destroy it. If you have shared files, then somebody can hack into the system and do whatever they want to do. So we have backup storage systems at NFA, but also the cloud. The cloud system seems to be a little bit more safe for your information than our institutional servers. But I know that the cyber world has advanced a little bit. But so what you do, you keep changing the codes and that's one of the security features that we have for these systems. The internal team keeps changing the codes to access and all the things all the time and sharing different. I think I've seen this for most of institutions. they keep changing passwords like every week or something. It's one of the security features that we have for this kind of system that can be accessed by somebody either with a cyber wrong intention. So data is not entirely free. I want to be frank with you. But the data, like the LULUC maps, the land use land cover maps can be accessed. The reason but data, okay, it's not entirely free, but we have open source data. If you want shop price now for the roads in the country, whatever you can, this is a bit free. But if you want to get into a shop file for our results for security reasons, you may have to get into another conversation with us and the National Forest Authority to be able to get that. Sometimes you get it for academic reasons, you're right, and you get that is free. But if you want to do it for commercial reasons, you may have to, to pay for it somehow. I want to be as frank as that. But if it is institutional within the ministry, what we do now is to work with them to be able to support your analysis and also use it well. Because sometimes when you are sharing data with your own sister department, there must be some arrangement to make sure that we use it. That is important. Non-resources, cleaning, processing, reliability, accuracy, authenticity, that's quite important. We're trying to do of information that we have, so that it is whatever we say looks to be more authentic, appears more authentic. When you publish, that somebody another person has had a look at what you're publishing. But one of the things that Uganda is very known for, talk about forest because somebody may tell me about another sector which is not like us. Forestry, share with the farm catalog at FO. That's secure, nobody else can access it. There's also micro and macro data. Micro is that data, so we have all that data there, but the clause between the government and FO, not to just give it out or use it for purposes that are not good for us as a country. So all these features are there. So the country is one of those that is a bit. So when you submit results, let me tell you something also, friends. When you voluntarily submit results to FCCC, then you have accepted people to dig into your details of the data somehow. Because I remember when we were being assessed by the technical experts of UNFCCC, the kind of questions they were asking us actually meant that you needed to be a bit free with how accurate your data is, how authentic your data is, and things like that. You needed to, the kind of answers you give, responses you give, you have got to open up your heart. So if you're this very mean person with your data, then some of the things we might never have them. We didn't know we are going to get $40 million because we opened up our results and opened up to looking into our data. How did we do quality assurance and quality controls as we're doing the baseline, quality baseline information? That those questions thank you to unpack most of the things about your data. And so it's a bit, it's more reliable. Somebody can say, okay, your data is accurate, authentic, and reliable, and things like that. I'm asking that question because you attended the same interview with me yesterday, and there was a question to that effect. Absolutely. Good indicators. What is the? Remember that question, my brother? I know you answered it well. So when I see these answers, I know you did it very well. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues.
The question on local government.
Sorry about, why did I forget that? Yes and no. We are trying to make sure that local governments can, yes, they'll share some data in other forms using Excel sheets and but we're trying to see how we can have this web-based data sharing arrangement local governments using ODK forms, and some of them have been trained under our REDD processes, but in practice, for them to go to collect this data and share, is being constrained by the limited resources to be able to, to collect this data. These are some of the challenges that we have. So you find that the NFA data collectors will go and work with the local government teams, and we collect that data other than when we have a program that is collecting this data from there. But as we move forward, we want the local governments to be sort of like empowered, even for small tree growers, whether non-state actors are the ones supporting, to be able to map these estates in time and share with the ministry, which is better than, and so you shall get information quickly, other than waiting for the monthly quarter reports from them using Excel sheets, and then we have less of the spatial information which is relevant for the National Forest Monitoring System. So yes, we have that gap. There's a question of now remember the gaps in the data. Yes, additional data has to be collected. You do one thing. Sometimes when you do sampling, there's what you don't capture. So we think that when you do one of these exploratory inventories, then we shall capture more information than we have. So now we do a sample area estimates, and so there must be, so you factor in the issues of uncertainty, and accuracy assessments have to be done in order for you to, when you look at our analysis for about 2017, we had to do another area estimate of that data because we realized that we had missed certain data. So you factor in something. So you don't have complete data that they want it anyway. And that's why we're still using, in some instances, IPCC default values rather than going to another tier of analysis that would have had as a country. But we're moving there with the work that FO is helping us to do. Some of the non-state actors like WCS collected very wonderful information. If we have all that, then we are able to improve on the gaps in the data that we have. So I agree with you absolutely. We cannot say we are 100%. We have only done about 75, 80% of the country inventory. You can never say you have all the data, but we're trying our best.
All right. We have yet another round of questions. Yes, I can see John Begumana. Xavier, you had a question to ask, or you have forgotten about it? It was answered. Yes. So I will give an opportunity to John to ask a question.
Thank you. Mine is actually not a question. I want to take advantage of this discussion on data. I've been part of this process and I continue to be part of it. And some of the discussions going on is to convince agencies or to see how agencies see the benefit of data sharing. For example, when we first talked to NFA, their IT policy was that you cannot access NFA's data unless you have a permission from the executive director. So if you want to share data on a platform, such a policy becomes a hindrance because it means you log in the system, then you have to send a letter to the executive director to get permission, and maybe the executive director doesn't know exactly what you want. So we've been having those discussions, and the NFMS, if it is to be useful, then the data they are in has to be used by the stakeholders. And some of this data has been gathered or collected and analyzed using resources beyond the institution that is holding that data set. So these are discussions that are still ongoing, but in principle, it is agreed that NFMS data should be accessed and used. And there are also advantages of accessing data and use it. One, some research organizations can add value to your data set. And you are able also to compare your data set with other regional data sets and maybe be able to find out whether your estimates are within the regional estimates. And if there are any differences, you should be able to explain why. So there is also an issue of how is the academia and the private sector involved in the NFMS. And these are discussions that are going to continue. And since I see research organizations and academia here, you may be to be aware that in the very near future, these are the discussions we would like to have with you on how we can all contribute to the improvement of the National Forest Monitoring System. I think I leave it there as of now, because this is not it is not a day for discussing NFMS, but I said, let me take advantage of this chance. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying on a few issues related to data collection.
Mine is also a clarification that Ministry of Energy does not have. So, but it's developing national environment system for national integrated clean cooking strategy. This one will also be including Chaco. It has also trained stakeholders from MDS and also given equipment to collect data in relation to Chaco production. All this has been done under the first management and sustainable Chaco production. Yes. Sustainable Chaco Value Chain Project. And this project has been under the Ministry of Water and Ministry of Energy with support from FAO. Thank you.
Bob, I think this is an interesting aspect to take care of.
There was so UNDP support. There was
a sort of like system that was developed, and I've actually been wondering, but I'm happy that the FAO has decided to, because they are building on that, by the way, on what they had during the Green Chaco project, and I'm happy that I think you're right. I'm trying to call my colleague Bakun just inviting me for a meeting about that from the new MRV, which I think I did not attend, but yeah, so that is good. We can follow that. The good news is that that sustainable Chaco project is also in my department and the Ministry of Energy. So we have some relationship. Okay, not very strong, but we have some relationship with that, so we can track. We can try to track that and see. All right.
Any other questions? Patrick, you are itching, but you don't want to ask.
Well, thank you very much. I just have a few observations. From the discussion that you've been having between energy and water, it is clear that the registry is going to be very important. So how far are we in terms of establishing this registry? Bearing in mind that the two laws that we have, the Act, the Climate Act or the Forestry Act, are not very definite on the registry, and also our sister ministry, Energy. Then the question that Adrian raised, I interpreted it in a way that these other three activities of REDD+, we seem not to be moving very fast. We've moved in terms of addressing deforestation. We are making some baby steps on addressing forest degradation, but the other three, SMF, sustainable management of forests, conservation of carbon stocks, and enhancement of carbon, we seem not to be moving. And that's where I see a lot of opportunities in the other sister sectors. So when you listen to Energy working on Chaco, they're actually moving towards the other three. REDD Plus activities. So this, you said 4 million, 40 million? 40. Okay. Is it also going to help us to address these other 3 activities such that we improve on our opportunities for REDD Plus? And finally, the issue of data that I think everyone has been talking about. We keep discussing it and we never get, in my opinion, a solution to it. I like to give the example of where he comes from, his department, water quality, right? I always refer to you because I had an experience. I was working on the regulatory impact assessment for the environment management policy. And we needed data from his department to build a case on why we need this policy by looking at the trends on our water quality. And at that time, whoever was responsible for that department was in our meetings the way we are here. And when it came to that time of getting that data, he told him it is a man, writes to the PS of Ministry of Water and Environment to access data within the same directorate almost. Of course, water is in another directorate, but same ministry. And it took us 3 months to try to get that data. And I got the data, and that takes me to the next question. You know, if someone chooses to give you data that is not processed well, it means he or she wouldn't want you to use the data. So even the bit of how do we share, what kind of data are we sharing? I can choose to give you data that is really bungled, that you find very hard to, some days missing, some years missing, some months missing, and you don't know where to start from. So I think moving forward, we need to work on the software. When I say software, meaning we need to agree on the minimum requirements or policies or a framework to help us, even within the same ministry, on data sharing modalities. If it's a policy, that would be excellent. If it's a guideline, that will still be excellent. At a very high level, such that these lower managers don't find it very, very difficult. And I can understand, I'm told people in public service, they swear an oath of secrecy. I never had an opportunity to swear that. So I think that's where it starts from. You're supposed to keep secrets all the time. So even data that is supposed to be shared, those people are wired to keep secrets. They find it very difficult. Oh, this information, I'm just giving it out without any questions. Exactly. Even when it is on the website. Yeah, so I think we need to reflect on that. Gaster, you took a chance to ask me questions, and that's why I'm taking long. So I will end it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. The registry issue, with therefore support, we are trying to, this is something that we should be having by now. Yeah, and we're right. So, but the registry is under construction. Therefore, support. We hope to have it, make sure that, okay, we have a new work plan, which we'll just, I think by sometime next year, we should be having some registry for REDD Plus. Now, the registry for the GHG, that conversation is a bit tight, globally, and the UNFCCC, the rules for in-country registries, and what it takes to have in-country registries, and whether the country should go for registry or not, or can continue using the global registries or the standard bodies registries or things like that, is a conversation which is a bit more than what we can discuss in this room. But the decision whether Uganda should have a registry or not, I think my sister from Climate Change Department can let us know. Have we decided now whether you should have a country register or not? We have agreed. Okay, a few months ago, we had not yet agreed. Okay, so we shall have one. But when you think we might have one? Yes, the photo proposal we're going to develop has a component of use of proceeds. A whole section on how are you going to use the proceeds you're going to get from the GCF. And trust me, we shall bring that conversation to stakeholders, because we don't want to just sit back and say we are going to buy Land Cruisers, 20 Land Cruisers. Yes, we did them, but we're not going to do that. So we're going to bring it back, because that is what REDD Plus is. That's the difference between REDD Plus and other programs. And that's why there is that requirement for, especially climate financing, okay, not only REDD Plus, the use of the proceeds. We are going to bring it back to you, and you will be able to let us know. We have some thoughts, of course. We need to, first of all, the GCF requires that part of the money should be more credits, because that is what is good for a country. When you get such resources, you should build more credits. So you should do more restoration and, and activities that will enhance, our carbon stocks. That is one key requirement. But in addition to that, there are other things that we can utilize it for. And we can address those other activities as a way of building more credits. Can see what to do. Thank you very much. I think we have addressed that. I don't know if there is any.
Another hand clap for Bob. Bob, we would like to thank you for the presentation, but also to thank the audience here present that have asked questions that have added value to your presentation. I think we have now earned ourselves break tea, and we shall ask somebody to lead us in a prayer before we go for break tea. And to lead us in a prayer is Kulthum. Yeah, Kulthum. Lead us in a prayer.
As Muslims, we just say Bismillah. So now we can go.
A very short prayer, Bismillah. So you are invited for tea.
Look at this one, which the other one.
Not that one. Yes. That number. 4, 5, 1, 4, 8, 3, 1, 0, 9, 7. Yeah.
And you want to know it when it became elective, we didn't connect it. It comes. Oh, I needed to get this laptop. Wait, we haven't seen. I've not sent you because you said you are not connected. So you are giving me a sneak.
From where?
Yeah, he wants just a quick have a quick look at it.
It's already there. Colleagues, we reconvene for the meeting so that we proceed. Yeah? Are we ready to begin? Now that Christine is taking her seat, we are ready to begin. Colleagues, we are ready for the presentation of the plan for conformity of arts of trees. And to take us in this presentation is the Mr. Mugunya Xavier, standing in for the consultant who is yet to come. We have agreed with the Xavier that he begins on the presentation as the consultant is coming. He has been working closely with the consultant, so don't get scared that you will be missing something. I would like therefore to take this opportunity to invite him to take us through this presentation.
Thank you, Bwana Augusta, and morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, my name is Xavier Nyindo Mugumya. I'm a retired civil servant. I was working with the Ministry of Water and Environment, the National Forest Authority. I participated in the preparation of the readiness activities that the acting commissioner has shared with us this morning. So I'm very, very privileged to share with you the topic of today, the plan for conformance Uganda. So before I go into the slides directly, I wanted to mention again the acronym ART, which you have seen around. You have seen that acronym in the invitation letters. It is Architecture for REDD Plus Transactions. Architecture for REDD Plus Transactions. It is like the principal body which supports the standard, which they also called trees. You have also seen some acronym called trees. Trees is the THE REDD Plus Environmental Excellence Standard. So trees represents the standard, like you have ever heard of Vera standard. Who has not heard about Vera standard? It will be easier for me to explain it. Who has not heard about Vera standard?
Okay, so the business of carbon can be done by government, can be done by the private sector. The business which is done by government, they use standards which are developed jointly by all the countries, and they are listed under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So until 2015, we had a clean development mechanism. You must have heard something about it, where most of our carbon projects were located. So they were using a standard which was developed by the clean development mechanism. Now, after 2015, all countries agreed on an agreement called the Paris Agreement for Climate Change. Who has not heard about the Paris Agreement for Climate Change? Who has not heard about the Climate Agreement of Paris? Thank God. In that agreement, countries agreed to continue with the conventional objectives of 1990s. In 1992, countries agreed on the Convention on Climate Change. You have heard about it, all of you. It has two objectives. Objective one is to stabilize the greenhouse gases. Those greenhouse gases are the ones which are causing global warming. So if we stabilize them and return them to the level when the atmosphere was not seeing them, that's the intention of that convention. The second objective was to do that in such a way that we don't stop development for developing countries who are not responsible for those greenhouse gases. So those two objectives were retained in 2015 when they agreed on the Paris Agreement. It has still the same two objectives, but more ambition. So one of those ambitions was to allow countries to trade in carbon. So under the government arrangements, there are three opportunities for trading, and you would hear of Article 6. I will not go deep into that one. So Article 6 has a paragraph called paragraph 6.2, another paragraph called 6.4, and another paragraph called 6.8. Those are potential carbon transaction arrangements that were agreed between countries. But outside countries, there are initiatives which are also supporting climate change. And one of those is the Vera standard, which some of you had not heard about. So it sets a series of steps and requirements for you to do an activity in climate change. Activities are listed in land use projects like agriculture, forestry. Activities are also listed in energy. Activities are also listed in other activities of industry and all the different types of activities that can happen in climate change. Now, this one which we are dealing with, this standard called trees, is like an offshoot from the incentives provided by the Paris Agreement for countries to concentrate on reducing emissions from deforestation. So this standard is particularly for forestry and in particular for REDD+. That is how this REDD+ environmental excellence standard comes in. Now, for countries to participate, they send in application, and my country sent in an application, as the Assistant Commission, Acting Commissioner was mentioning, to the body which mobilized the resources. That body, he called it LEAF. Now, when LEAF received the concept for Uganda, it forwarded them to the standard that make sure you meet these standards, the trees standards, which are governed by the architecture for REDD+ transactions. A necessary introduction, but bear with me. That way it is easier for you now to check when you are alone, once you see the linkage. Now, when the standard approached us, we approached them and they approached us, they gave us their requirements. And one of those requirements is safeguards. Now,
The Paris Agreement already agreed that REDD+ is a good activity in climate change, and it had already prepared the safeguards which it wanted countries to use. Those safeguards are called the Cancun safeguards. You have heard something about Cancun safeguards. And Cancun worked on them at the beginning, but they were also elaborated in Warsaw Framework. You have also heard about Warsaw Framework. So those safeguards were now adopted by the trees standard, but they expanded how they could be delivered. And they were given indicators. So each of those individual standards of the safeguards, there are about 7 safeguards, but they were subdivided by the Earth standard into what they call criteria and indicators. So some of the criteria and indicators were each given 3 types of indicator. One was a structure indicator, the other one was a process indicator, and the third one was called the outcome indicator. So the structure indicator required that you show that your country has prepared the laws, has the policies, has the institutions which handle that particular standard. So for example, they mentioned that the REDD+ activities should support the work that is being done by the forest departments of the countries. Just like that. So what the Earth standard did, they said below, we should see whether the country's forest departments have institutions which are working. So now they want you to show that you already have, for example, a law which supports forestry activities. You have a policy which supports forestry activities. You have officers which are working on forestry activities, and that those activities and the programs you have mentioned in the forestry policy are not in opposition to what the countries agreed on REDD+ in climate change. And the second one was an indicator on process. So for example, if you have the institutions that are working on forestry, how are other people participating in what you are doing? That's they call it the process, or how did you arrange them to become what they are? That is the process indicator. So when you are filling the requirements for applying for this support, you mention how the country has been working with other stakeholders to meet that particular requirement. Then they have a third one which says an outcome. So if your country has been already doing REDD+ activities, they want you to mention evidence of the activities under that particular safeguard, whether there are some outcomes already done. So if you said you are going to support, for example, the indigenous people or the local communities to register their lands, they want you to show the evidence that now you have 7 titles of communal or land associations. So when you don't have that evidence, the standard requires that you prepare a timetable and a plan which will show that you intend to meet that requirement. And that timetable and plan is the one which the consultant has called the conformance. And hence this presentation. Next slide. Is my voice coming very well from here, or I talk directly? It is okay. Okay, thank you. So this is the importance of the conformance I have just mentioned, that the initiatives intends to incentivize governments to do REDD+ activities, and that the standard defines these requirements. And then that the participants need to demonstrate. So the participants, they mean countries who choose to participate in this standard. And an audit assessment is going to be conducted to verify. So Uganda already submitted various drafts of this one, but when they are complete, they will send a team of audit. They call them validators or assessors. They will come over and work with us line by line. That's why my commissioner was mentioning that when you receive a call from somebody with an accent you are not familiar with, and he talks about REDD and art, you remember that you participated in this meeting. And then you explain to him that not only did you participate, but you actually also contributed. And so this is what he meant. Next. So these are the details of what the assessors and the auditors are likely to do. They will review the documents which the country submits. They will come over, and if we are already practicing the activities, they will go to the site. If they are not, we are not practicing, they will use the forums we used to submit the documents, and then they will prepare their own reports and check what we have prepared. So here he included calculations and the quality concerns, because the template that we are completing does not have only the section of safeguards. It has the section of how we are going to generate the credits and how we are going to undertake the activities. So what my colleague, for example, John Wegman, was sharing are the other sections which will involve calculations and quality assurance and quality controls. Our sections will be mainly in the descriptive part because of the safeguards, the nature of it. The next slide. Excuse me. So Uganda has completed most of the requirements that are required for a country to participate in REDD+, which my assistant commissioner mentioned. For a country to participate in REDD+, we were expected to have a strategy, we do. To have a baseline, we do. To have a system which he called MRV, which he has just shared, we do. And to have a system for safeguards, we do. So we qualify to participate, but that one doesn't make the money come immediately. No, we join these standards to meet these additional requirements. So compliance to art trees requires that we measure these 3 sets of indicators: the structural indicator, which I have mentioned, the one which shows whether you have that foundation, the structural foundation. The engineers are usually familiar with structural designs. So these are the ones they want to see. And then the process, this is what the Ministry of Finance calls the soft, and sometimes it doesn't give a budget. But this soft, without it, you cannot have the structures, because where you are going to locate the structure, people live there and people work through processes. Usually this is what they are interested in. When he was mentioning that some information is difficult to share, they want evidence to show that information can be shareable. So to structuralize it, we actually have the law on information sharing, which he mentioned, but because the process can be very cumbersome, we are not sharing. And then the outcome one, which, like the country, we are not yet completed, so we are preparing a plan on how we will conform with those outcomes. Next slide. Okay, so this is now a typical example of a table that shows, so the standard picked the Cancun safeguards, and then it gave themes under them. For Forest Stewardship Council, they use another word, they use criteria, and then go to indicators. These ones, instead of criteria, they have used the theme. So this was, for example, the first one for the first safeguard, which says that the activities for REDD should be consistent with the national policies and laws on forestry. And so theme number 1 says, are those laws and the regulations and the policies of forestry consistent with the objectives of the National Forest Program, or is the proposed interventions in REDD consistent with the objectives of the National Forest Programs? So that is how it works. And so the indicator for monitoring, then the definition, the verifier, the source, the methodology, and responsibility. So what he has not shown you are the compliance that the country has already achieved with respect to the structural indicator and to the process indicators. He has simply shared with us the third requirement of outcome indicator. So because time doesn't allow, we will not be sharing the other conformance for the two indicators. We go directed to the third, which we have not conformed. So this is the plan that the country proposes in order to meet the requirement for this theme, whether the project we are planning is consistent with the objectives of the national forest programs. So on the one hand, we have laws, regulations, and policy interventions creating an enabling environment. And this is a simplification of that indicator. Then he has a second thing that you could use. National REDD structures are established and functional. And then you could also use that the National Climate Change Advisory Committee that serves REDD as a steering committee was established and is functional. A number of REDD plus activities have been issued, or that the government budget for oil emission reduction program and activities across all departments, including staff involved in REDD activities. Now, these are the indicative sources of judgment you could use. So if you are assessing, this is what you will assess: the existence of governance structures, the existence of REDD management structures, whether there are some REDD activities which have been agreed or permitted by government, and whether government is contributing to REDD budget. So this is a plan. Then the verifier will look at the strategy, the feedback and grievance redress mechanisms, the policy, the FPIC, the social, environmental, and the safeguards, the benefit sharing arrangements, or terms of reference for these committees, terms of reference for the units that are at the Secretariat, the NA REDD Plus projects that have been endorsed by government, and number of staff from the Ministry of Finance that are supporting REDD Plus activities. Now, where would the source of information be? So it becomes like a typical M&E that we normally make in projects. Typical, so these are sources of the documentation: Ministry of Water, REDD licenses registry, Ministry of Finance, and so on. And the methodology, again, this is the traditional methodology we normally use when we are preparing M&E. Many of you are familiar with that. Disk reviews, Secretariat information, annual activity reports, Conservative Forest calculate the list of REDD Plus, and HR department listens to what and staff working on REDD initiatives, and then who would take the responsibility. Again, the list of those who would do so is also made. So this was done for all the different themes. So this, the next theme. So in the small groups which you saw on the program, he would be requesting you to criticize some of these points that are listed here, and to criticize them in such a way that if he has missed, if government doesn't give reasons but gives permission, you will change this from reasons to permission. If number of Ministry of Staff involved in REDD activities have not been mentioned properly, we mention it properly. This is the request he has for us. Next slide, please. Excuse me. So this is almost similar to one I have just explained, but with respect to the consistency with objectives of relevant international conventions and agreements. So the first one was mentioning our own programs on forestry, whether our project we are preparing is consistent with them. This one is on international agreements that our country has signed. So one of those agreements that we have signed, for example, is the Convention on Climate Change. And the Convention on Climate Change has a full article on forests. not only in Paris Agreement, but also in the mother article, in the mother agreement of the convention in 1992. The other agreement that the country has signed is the Convention on Biological Diversity. We have also signed a convention on combating desertification. We have also given ourselves signatures to the United Nations Framework on Forests, and so on. And when Emily added them, Uganda had ratified or not objected to more than probably 50 of similar arrangements, some of them containing environmental aspects. You have heard of Ramsar Convention, for example, on wetlands. Yes, Uganda has also accented to them, and so on. So here on this side, you will be putting the indicator that one can use to show that we are conforming to this outcome requirement. So this indicator is like a subset of the other indicator, because we don't have another word to use. What will show that we have conformed to this indicator? We also give you the indicator that will conform to that one. And then we define it from our own way of looking, and then we give you the verifier, the source, the methodology, and the responsibility of who will be supporting this verification of this assessment. The other slide. So this slide is the right to access information is promoted in the context of implementation of REDD+ activities. Exactly what we were talking about, that the departments of government alone, leave alone outside players like civil society and businesses, do not have equal access to information. And so the indicator was mentioned that the public has been aware of and exercises the right to seek and receive official information on REDD+ actions. So if we don't show this, we will not be able to be believed that we are going to be transparent. So a legal framework is one of the indicators, and there is a legal framework, and then the important information on REDD strategies and is available and made accessible to all stakeholders. So in our small groups, again, you will look critical at these ones and help us to see if we have missed something or misfired, and then you bring us back, and then we prepare a complete plan. Again, this is a conformance plan to show that we are not going to forget what we intend to achieve with the indicators. Next, please. No sooner had I talked about the word transparency than theme B2 mentioned it. So theme B2 mentions promote transparency and prevention of corruption, including promotion of anti-corruption measures. I think I don't need to elaborate, members. This week and last week, we have been enjoying the civil society's actions on transparency and anti-corruption. And again, REDD+ has not forgotten it. So it is not that it is not being tackled, it is listed here. Members, you will check one by one, but if we could go slowly on it, for example, the indicator we propose is that finances related to REDD policy, strategies, and activities are managed with integrity, transparency, and accountability, and that results-based payments are attributed in a transparent and accountable manner according to the benefit sharing plan, and that sustainable financing mechanisms secured to positively incentivize REDD+ activities, and that the Ministry of Water and Environment and REDD+ Secretariat submit annual audit reports. So when it comes to the group, you will add something that we have missed here, or a clarification of how we have reflected it here, so that we are able to conform to this one. Again, the application he has told us that he's going to make for the results-based payments will not come if they don't see this completed and believable. The next slide, please. So theme would be 3, respect, protect, and fulfill land tenure rights. So the fear that the REDD+ might take people's land is addressed under this one, for example. So REDD+ was prepared in such a way that it will take place on existing land and existing land ownership arrangements. It will clarify those rights, and it will work with the departments responsible for land to support the augmentation of these rights. And so what is indicated here again is things you could use to check if actually we are respecting, protecting, and fulfilling land tenure rights. So for example, we want you to look at the rights to customary and statutory lands and resources if they are recognized, respected, and protected by REDD Plus policies, strategies, licensing, procedures, and activities. So when, for example, the country prepares a document on REDD Plus application and they send it to you to help them see if we are telling the truth, then you check to see if we have written anything about land on whether we are going to displace people or not. And these are some of the points you will be using to check us. And so we submit them to the standard to confirm that the outcomes of the activities we haven't undertaken will actually be meeting the requirement for this thing B. Next, please. They almost look alike, but they respect, protect, and fulfill access to justice. So there will be grievances in any activity, naturally. So for example, we might go to your district and the people give us permission to practice REDD Plus. But out of the whole committee of 17, maybe 3 will be having a different view. And they may have a strong view that they would want to request for justice. That justice can be attained at that level. It doesn't have to be in court. But they want us to know the indicators that will show that we have respected, protected, and fulfilled people's desire, entities' desire to obtain justice in our REDD Plus projects. So here we proposed the process outlined in the REDD, and this FGRIM, feedback grievance redress mechanism, FGRIM, is adopted and implemented to resolve grievances, number of grievances that are registered and resolved, and number of disputes resolved through informal and traditional networks. So again, this is the country's proposal, and we are seeking your input. Again, this is where you will receive the call to say that, is it really true that you agree that the number of disputes resolved through informal and the traditional networks will be an indicator that you are obtaining justice? That's how the man will ask you or the woman. Or the other one who doesn't have either man or woman. So these are the proposals that we make. And when it comes to the group, please look through and share with members your heartfelt thoughts about them. Next, please. The next slide. Yeah. Excuse me. Theme number C1, identify indigenous peoples and local communities or their equivalent. Now this one, we are not on that same safeguard. We have been moving through safeguards, but we have not been mentioning the safeguard name on top. But this one is about full and effective participation and respect for indigenous and local communities. That's the safeguard. And so the theme, which is like a sub-safeguard, or what you'd call a criteria if you are working with Forest Stewardship Council, then this one says, can we identify indigenous peoples and local communities or equivalent? Let me take a minute to explain the indigenous people and local communities and how it comes to climate change. Uganda, in 1926, the British made a list of Ugandans and called them the indigenous peoples of Uganda. It made a schedule. When we revised our constitution in 1995, we also attached the same schedule, but we updated it with the new Ugandan tribes and ethnicities. And we made a list. That list is called Uganda's list or schedule of indigenous peoples. So virtually every Ugandan I have in this room is indigenous. However, climate change is not African climate change. Climate change is global climate change. When we were discussing with the people from South America, where the non-indigenous visited them, over 500 years ago, you heard about Vasco da Gama and the Spanish. When they visited them, they were accepted by force and they replaced some of them. So we have actual groups who are called indigenous because Kasangwa Wo. And they didn't make schedules like this one. So when they were negotiating climate change rules, countries agreed that for those countries where the word indigenous is very significant, there's no problem. But where it is not significant, you can use local communities. So in our country here, we do both interactions. So our constitutions agreed and said we have a schedule for indigenous peoples, but we have Ugandans who are underprivileged, are not served, and whose history has not allowed them to sit at the same table as other Ugandans. So those people are given a special category. And when we are talking about this one, we expect you also to reason it from that angle, for example. And so when we are telling the world some of our indicators where you will know whether we have identified, then you will check on our stakeholder analysis, on our legal framework, on the number of consultations and those whom we have listed to consult, and then the engagement plan for the additional activities that we are planning to undertake. And in that way, you will be able to have an idea whether we have considered that the indigenous peoples and local communities or their equivalent are actually part and parcel of the REDD activities. Again, when it reaches you in the small groups, you add or subtract so that we can complete this activity as well. Next, please. Thank you. So you cannot have a people without having their knowledge. So if we talk about indigenous people and local communities, those people have things they have been working with all their lives. Even the modern people have things they have been working with all their modern lives. So this criteria requests us that we respect and protect the traditional knowledge. We should not completely bash it and put it aside in favor of the most modern knowledge. If they are not yet familiar with using TikTok, please accept them to write a letter. If they have been walking to the well, not only to fetch water, but also to converse about what has been happening to their community, don't put a borehole in the house. They will not use it. They will still want to go and fetch water where they can meet their friends and talk. So if you take time, for example, to ask, and somebody told us recently that a well-intentioned organization went to the islands and constructed shade because the rains on the island, you know them, they happen every day and times where you are not familiar with. But when he visited to see what was happening about the shade, they found that the shades were instead keeping the firewood. People were not sitting in the shade when it was raining. They were standing outside for the rain to beat them. So when he asked, they said, you didn't ask us when you were building the shades for us. For us here, being in a shade during rain is like saying that you are refusing the gods to bless you. Very rare, but sometimes a little bit of time to understand why people are behaving the way they behave is the purpose of this one. Next. Gentleman, colleague. Thank you. So again, this one is respect, protection, and fulfillment of the rights of indigenous peoples and or local communities or equivalent. So the other one who said, do you recognize that they exist? That was the identification. The second one, do you accept that they have knowledge? They know things. Now this one is they have rights. They have rights to land. They have rights to resources. They have rights to customs. They have rights to way of life. And is our project going to respect, protect? Because we can respect but ignore. that we are also expected to protect as well, and to fulfill those rights if they are not fulfilled. So if they mention, for example, that if they had had a chance, and I can give an example, when we visited his area, when we were preparing the REDD project, and I can't mention the year because it is a long time ago, 2015, 2016, the people of IC told us that the Ngaka Majong who are now in Kabongo district have realized that this area looks like it is idle because it was still forested. So they are coming slowly picking up parcels of land in the form of cutting the area, but they want to occupy it. And if they could have those areas surveyed, registered, and put in the names of the IC, those areas would be protected. So that was a felt need which they expressed. So if your project wants to have a good standing with them, not only should it will it respect and protect, but it will also fulfill those rights. Everybody knows that that land belongs to them. But because our laws, for example, do not have time, the person who gets the title is declared the owner, it can be very difficult unless you deliberately choose to respect, protect, and fulfill. And so we have listed a set of indicators which we will use to check if we are actually doing so. Next, please. So this is another safeguard: respect, protect, and fulfill the right of relevant stakeholders to participate fully and effectively in the design and implementation of REDD+ actions. So again, here are a set of indicators which a person will use. In 2012, actually starting with 2011, we requested IUCN, and Madam Harriet from IUCN is here. We requested them to help us prepare a stakeholder engagement plan, 2011, 2012. And at that time, art and trees standard had not even been formed. But that safeguard had already been agreed in Cancun in 2010. And Uganda prepared that stakeholder engagement plan. But still, they have asked us, how can we know that you are respecting, protecting, and fulfilling the rights of stakeholders to participate? So again, we have listed a set of things you can use to check on us. And when it comes to your meeting, we are requesting that you see what we have missed, and then you help us improve it. Next, please. This one is a sister to the other one. Again, it is promotion of adequacy participatory procedures for meaningful participation of indigenous peoples and local communities or equivalent. So again, like our constitutions mentioned, we have people who are underprivileged, underserved, and are not at the same level as other Ugandans. Although the international community now lists them as local communities and indigenous people, our interpretation should be realistic. This is what is happening to us. So we need to give them special arrangement. And many of you have been working on projects, even if it is civil society organization projects, they are asking you if you have a section for gender and if you have a section for local communities and indigenous people. You are not missing it. So this is the section. Even if we have consulted businessmen, there are those who are not able to sit at the same table. They might refuse even to come here. Where will they travel? How will they sleep? What will they eat? So they want you to now do the traveling and go to them. And so we have also listed the approach we want to use, reach out to them, but also to confirm that when we were preparing our REDD+ activities, we already included them, and that our proposal already also includes them. Please go on. Excuse me. So this one is on, it is called conversion non-conversion of natural forests and other natural ecosystems. So the standard also requires that the would not replace a forest with another forest and then go and claim credits. Even if your forest looks like it has short trees and it is sparse, if it is natural, and then you replace it with a fast-growing eucalyptus, and you go to ask for carbon credits, they will say, please first show us what it was that you have replaced. And if you want activities to be supported through REDD+ activities, they are requesting you that actually don't convert the forest. But if you already have a plan for converting, then mention it. Because natural forests are also of service to society. They produce timber, that is usually the thing we normally pick and carry away. They also produce other products and services. Those products and services are listed in the plan which you prepared for those forests. Those plans are called management plans. And in the first one, they mentioned that the activities for REDD+ must be in agreement with what you prepared in your plans, the other side. So if you have already prepared that in Mavera Forest Reserve, I have 30,000 hectares, and in the timber, I can remove 1 tree every year from each hectare. And I have the science to prove that if I remove 1 tree, the forest will not go completely empty. That is what you use. So this is how you tell them that you are not going to replace the whole of Najembe and put another type of tree, but you are instead going to protect them. And so these are some of the points we have mentioned, but if you feel that we have missed some, when it comes to you, you will add us some of the points which a person can use to check whether we are conforming to the non-conversion of natural forest. Next, please. Okay, so not only do they want us to not convert natural forests, the standard expects us to tweet about protection of natural forests, biological diversity, and ecosystem services. So we have to prove that we are actually protecting. And how do you prove that you are protecting? Then you put things to use. You can check our laws if the laws are actually protecting. You can check our services, whether they are actually affected. And if you have other points that you'd want to use, when it comes to a small meeting, please add on the additional points that you have identified that we could use to show that we are protecting the natural forests. Please go to the next one. It has remained the same. The next. Okay. So they will also want to see if we are adding on to the social and environmental benefits of the forests that we have protected the other side. We have said we are not converting the forests. We have said we are protecting them. Now they want to hear that we are not denying society to use these forests just because they are for REDD. That is the social part. And that the water that has been flowing through those mountains that are forested continues to flow. And if anything, that water increases. So, and there is an example. There is, and you will bear with me, when we visited National Water and Sewerage Corporation, they told us that because water coming from the mountains is dirty, they have to put chemicals in order to make that water clean. Now, when they showed us the list and the price of the chemicals they were putting every day, if that money could be converted to protecting that side, they would be having very clean water and the costs for putting chemicals would be lower. So, for example, National Water and Sewerage Corporation would be interested in this chapter. That the environmental services provided by forests are maintained, and if anything, they are added on. That's the word enhancement. Next, please. So this is a table that is summarizing some of the themes that we have been talking about. So, for example, we mentioned the theme A1, consistency with objectives of national forest programs, safeguard the theme 2, consistency with objectives of international conventions and agreement. And then this is the list of the safeguards, and these are the parameters that are prioritized for measuring and reporting, and this is the responsibility institution, the responsible institutions, and the time frames that are required, and also the actions identified for showing conformity and the balance of gaps. Next. So this is actually a summary of what we have been passing through. Continue with it. Next. Put on the next one. Yes, and then the next one. Yeah, I think we have now what I would call a summary of what the conformance requirements for the country look like, and the contributions you are going to give us to improve those tables. I thank you very much for listening to me. And I was supporting the consultant who is on his way. So if you have additional questions, maybe he will answer some of them, but I will also support some of the questions that you mentioned. Thank you.
Okay. We would like to thank Mr. Xavier Mugumya Nyindo for making this presentation on behalf of the consultant who is unable to join us as per now, but is on the way coming. And I think he has done a thorough job. I want to request that we clap for him one more time. And possibly to postpone questions, we do group work so that as we are doing the group work, we allow time for the consultant to come in, and we will ask him questions if they are. Or what is your view? Oh. So we dive into the group work. Yeah. There are two sets of groups to be formed. Group one, according to what was planned, group one is to the plan of conformity, and then group two is to come up with a recommendation for strengthening application of safeguards, including monitoring and reporting. We are going to use the same methodology to come up with groups. You just mentioned 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And those that will have chosen one will move to this side, and those ones that will have mentioned the 2 will move this side, and they will select a team leader and a rapporteur, to come up with their discussions, which we will come then present to us all. And I think by that time, the consultant will be here. He will listen in and respond to the questions. So by mention of the numbers, the influencers, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Commissioner, we excuse you. Then we also excuse him, Nelson. We excuse him, Radikini. 1, 2. 1. Christine, what number have you mentioned? You are excused, okay? Okay, all the ones move this side and all the twos move this side. Actually, if you check your time, we are not doing very well. So the earlier you move, the better. I don't see any movement, Banange. Mumadichi. Huh? Okay, those who have mentioned the 1, please stand up. Only 1. Move this side. Those who have mentioned 2, move this side. Get work done. Number what? Go that way. Your groups kindly select a leader and a secretary. Kindly select a leader and a secretary. The leader is to take lead in the discussions, and the secretary is to, of course, write the outcomes of the discussions for further presentation.
Right now. Yeah, we have officially, we are on the out of the recording there with us, and then we go to the week. Our question is the plan of. Okay. Just I think there is no. Yeah.
Yes. Huh? Now, we want to agree. We want to agree. Time check is 2 o'clock now. Yeah. And the hotel must be keeping our food and is becoming very impatient. I would like to propose that we go down, have lunch, and come back and make the presentation. If we stay further, the hotel is not good at keeping the foods here. So the proposal is that we go down and have lunch quickly. When we come back, we present, finalize, and we go. Is it permissible? Is it okay with you? Group 2, is it okay for you? Okay, we break for lunch. We break for lunch. Now, at 2, in 15 minutes, we come back. Am I a dictator? 15 minutes is only enough to walk down. Okay. Anybody to pray? Another prayer. Prayers, man, you better become heavenly. Yes, please. Okay, we have ourselves for prayer. Lord, we thank you for today. We thank you for your wisdom. We pray you bless our food in Jesus' name. He's as brief as
Hi.
Good after lunch. It seems you didn't have lunch. That's why your response is very low. So I am prompted to ask again, good afternoon. Good after lunch. Okay, it was good. Xavier tells me it was a good lunch. We are again proposing that we continue with the workshop, and we had two working groups. Group A, group 1 was to input into the plan, into the plan of conformity, and group 2 was to come up with the recommendation of strengthening application of safeguards. I would like to propose that the two groups present, we get their views, and then we can ask questions and contributions to those two presentations. That said, may I now ask group 1 to step forward for this presentation. Who is making it? Gen Z. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you. You referred to millennial. Thank you. Okay. We didn't have time to go through all the areas, but we'll present what we worked on. On the indicator for national REDD plus structures and are established and function. Assess the indicator definition is to assess the existence and operationalization of REDD plus, and we felt that the existence of focal points in the key structures mentioned should be backed up by the institutions that exist, but not the people present. Then on the methodology, we felt that not only including the REDD plus secretariat, but also the HR department list of the Ministry of Water and Environment. Then on the next one, National Climate Change Advisory Committee that serves as REDD plus steering committee are established and functional. On the verifier, we included the regular minutes of the regular steering committee, and of course the methodology would be the meetings, the steering committee meetings. Then number of REDD plus leases issued by MOE. There was a discussion and some were arguing, are they REDD plus leases or REDD plus permits? So that would have to come out clearly in the conformity plan. Then we added on the responsibility, we added district forestry services and not the officer, because what you indicated there was officer, NFA and OR. The next slide, please. Thank you. Theme A2, consistency with objectives of relevant international conventions and agreement. And this was the indicator for monitoring was the legal, regulatory, and policy interventions. Complemented the objectives of identified, ratified, and relevant international conventions and agreements. And in the methodology, we added, instead of saying desk review of legal reviews, amendments, and introduction, we proposed to use development and do away with introduction, and include also stakeholder engagements through extensive consultations. Next slide, please. Thank you. Then theme B, the right to access information is promoted in the context of implementation of the REDD+ activities. Here, still on the legal framework, we debated on the source of the information, and the REDD+, initially it was written as the REDD+ policy, but we do not have a REDD+ policy, and we simply rephrased it to REDD+ strategy and implementation plan. Maybe if there is a plan to have a REDD+ policy, then we could leave it there. Then we were also not clear what FGRM is. Maybe at the end of the document, there is an annex, or at the beginning defining the acronyms. Then we added FTIC guidelines, and also rephrased the National Forest Act, because that's what was there. We just rephrased it to write the full act, Forest and Tree Planting Act 2003, and also updated the Climate Change Act to 2021. Then the rest were just typos. We corrected that. It was EDD+. We just added the R. Then we also got to know that the REDD+ website does not exist. It was closed. And we proposed that we maintain it to the MWE website and ensure that there is a REDD+ page on that website. Next slide. I think that was all we had time for. Thank you.
Go to the back to the previous slide. Sorry. Awesome. Is this wording okay? Information about REDD+ policy, since you made it. It is cast in stone. Sorry, I didn't introduce our consultant for this session. He's here, Mr. Albert Atwijiche. You are welcome officially. Can you guide us on this? Are these cast in stone, or we can change?
No, they are not. Of course, the whole document should be customized to Uganda's But I think that specific area can be changed, can be adjusted, I think. Oh. Yes, the global ones are on top. Yeah, the global ones are on top, yeah.
So it is only this wording
Yes.
up to here,
Yes, yes.
you cannot touch it.
You should.
But anything below it,
You can. Yeah.
you can. Okay. So are there comments from members? Mr. Wachika, wait a bit.
I think I want to introduce myself. My name is Dennis Magaga. I head the Climate Finance Unit in the Ministry of Finance. I'm going to go to the last slide. Yes. Some clarification on the indicators for monitoring. National Climate Advisory Committee that serves as REDD+ steering committee, established and functional. Just to give information that today there was the inauguration of this National Climate Advisory Committee. Actually, that's where I'm coming from. Machika was there. There's no explicit indication that the terms of reference of that committee is to serve as a REDD+ steering committee. I beg to be advised or guided. Don't we need to get another indicator? Because the role of that committee, to be sincere, is not too technical to the level that we want. It is mostly at that high level. If you look at the composition, then it might not address that indicator. So I hope I'm not taking you back, but there's a commissioner is here. He can, where is it? Yeah, it's just something. If it's still okay, I think we can go on, but that is my view on that. Thank you. Albert, do you want to Bachika as some can respond, Bachika? Bachika.
So before Bachika's,
Now that commission is not in,
speak.
now that commission is not in, there can never be vacuum in government. So I think what needs to be clarified is this being an additional role of the advisory committee. But like Bob indicated earlier in the morning, some of these committees were there during the readiness phase, and some of them need to be renewed. It sounds like Bob is here. Bob, there is an issue. If you look there, there is the National Climate Change Advisory Committee that serves as REDD+ steering committee, established and function. Someone who has been in the advisory committee this morning during the launch says this may not be the role of that committee to be the steering committee, and was saying the composition is high level, may not be too technical to handle that. So was like, maybe we get another steering committee, or we are guided accordingly.
Sorry, I think I'm not taking that. What are they supposed to be? What responsibility are they giving them?
The steering committee.
That's how we agreed. Actually, the National Climate Change Advisory Committee was expanded to take charge of REDD+ engagements where we need them. So the National Climate Change Advisory Committee. So we added on some people so that we are able to use the same high level to steer at, at that level, REDD plus. So if we have any endorsements, clearances we need, we go to that, but we expanded it to include additional people.
Is the mandate for REDD included in the terms of reference for NAC?
I'm very sure about that. They expanded, yes. It was passed by
To him,
yes.
According to Mr. Mugaga,
the old one, I think, had it, but the current one that has been inaugurated, unless you're going to work with them to include it, it is so general that if you need it to do this role, you might have to come and actually even the composition is too lean, for you to address what you want to do here. So it is some work that you have to do. I was just giving it as a challenge that you might face.
No, that is what is it, because my PS chairs that. It was actually last week, actually. I informed him of the need for me to come for some endorsements. So if there is a new inaugurated, I think it's because he hasn't received the other additional names, because some people left institutions. So I was waiting for additional names from us, which we haven't given. So when we give him, we'll expand it and we'll let you know.
My proposal, if let's say you got a separate committee, the REDD plus, to make it, you ask PS to have at least the representatives on the NAC as part of that committee. It might help because you're going to require to add other attendant agencies, but which are not acceptable in the NAC. You understand? That is because you see, you're going to find a situation where you want certain agencies to be part of the guidance to REDD plus, but they are deterred by the limitation in the representation in NAC. So the best thing would be, because it's the same PS chairing, you have a separate one, steering committee for REDD plus, and you don't ask for representation for those agencies that are represented in the NAC. Those people automatically become members, and then you add the others that you have so that you can play around with your steering committee as you want.
Yeah, actually what we used to do in the past, the members, they expanded, if there are no issues of REDD, they don't attend. That's how we did it. So those members are still part of the NAC, but they only come in when there are REDD plus issues, plus the original NAC members. That's how we've been doing it. That's why we call it expanded. Yeah. So traditional climate change advisory committee members, where you sit and other people, then it's additional, make part of the expanded charge of REDD plus issues. So that's how we've been working on it. So those who are of the traditional NAC don't attend the NAC meetings if there is no REDD plus issue. That is how we used to do it. It was agreed.
Yes,
by top management.
The one aspect that has not been discussed is the inclusion of REDD in the terms of reference of NAC.
We are going to do that. If you try, there must have been this. We're going to do that. And thanks, and thanks for that, because it is general.
So climate change issues and environmental issues.
Yeah.
So maybe if you want it to be pronounced, then you might say plus REDD issue.
Maybe we don't have to anyway.
Yeah.
If it does, it can be taken care of. And we shall handle that. That one is my responsibility.
Okay. Let's hear from Mr. Bachika. He had previously had a hand up.
Raising new, but just some corrections there. On the web page, I remember we said yes, much as there is no website, but there is a web page, and I've tried to share it. The web page on REDD plus. It is there on the Ministry of Water website. So we needed to clarify that. such that it doesn't appear there is no. Okay? There is a web page on REDD Plus in the Ministry of Water and Environment website.
Yes. Yes, I think this group was right to say the REDD website, the site, not the page, was closed, but we should edit to ensure REDD is included.
Yeah, that's why you see we are talking two different things, Chair. You are saying an action to be done. Me, I'm saying it exists. A web page exists.
Is it a website or a web page?
Chair, I say a web page
okay.
exists in the website.
Of Moe.
Yes. You get me now, Chair?
Yeah, I get you.
Good. Because you see, this document, when we leave things unclear, we forget them. Then the other, I seek guidance still from Commissioner. What are now the functional structures for REDD Plus? What I saw we had might have been the old structures. I don't know if you can go to that page which had structures. Because I was seeing, you know, REDD Plus, focal points, steering committee, and so forth and so on. So I just need the clarity if those are still the structures or they have been updated such that we are on the same page. Over.
Over to you, Assistant Commissioner.
The task forces, and the technical committee and expanded NAC dealing with REDD issues. But as I mentioned, because of the institutional changes that have been happening, because of some people losing their lives, I don't want to scare you so much because everybody's ending there. And because of some people getting out of those institutions, we are currently trying to get nominations, additional people from those institutions to replace those who have left institutions because we are there, because we're representing institutions anyway. So it is some work, ongoing work. We'll keep updating them. So the utilization, we still utilize them in many ways when we need some aspects to be considered, their original terms of reference and why we formed them. So we still exist. The is active as they used to be, because we are also trying to make sure that we can sustain them. When you take them to Ginger, you must be able to bring them back from Ginger. So there are some of the things we're trying to very quickly internally handle as we move forward. Yeah.
What do you advise we should write in this document? The plan for conformity. What should we write? Do we write that they exist but not functional?
Really?
What do we write therefore?
That's a hard question for me. Let's ask the experts to write it well.
One expert is Mr. Mugumi Anyindo. He's here. He can advise us.
Thank you. I wanted the moderator to give comfort on the first in the National Climate Change Advisory Committee. When we were preparing the act, you recall, we actually sat here and we demanded that we get the word REDD written there, but we were advised that the advisory committee actually will serve climate change agendas. And REDD is a climate change agenda. So section 16 of the act actually has put subparagraphs, about 3 of them. And the first one, A of the first one says, the members will be from energy and minerals, environment and natural resources, works and transport, science and technology, agriculture, or any other relevant field as may be determined by the minister. And then down in number 4, it lists more than 8 functions, which includes all the activities we do in REDD. I wanted members to obtain comfort from that advisory committee that when we have an agenda item on REDD Plus activities and we request for additional members, they will be co-opted. This is usually in the terms of operations of any committee, it mentions the permission to co-opt. And the minister also, if he's advised well, he can actually increase the membership of the committee depending on the subject that is going to be had, because the prerogative was included. I wanted that comfort on the committee alone. Then on the point you requested on what should we write, I wanted us to write that the first committee, the advisory committee, is legal in the National Act. So that one we are not disputing it, and our colleague has just attended the inauguration of that committee. Then the other committees are in different states of operation, of functionality. And then we improve on increasing their functionality so that we don't hide anything.
I hope somebody is taking notes. Kulthum? Christine, yeah. Oh, there was a lady there behind, but she's not there. Okay.
Yeah, Chair, if you may allow, I just wanted to compliment Xavier with regard to what Head of Climate Finance Unit said. Yes, the Head of Climate Finance Unit has observed the new composition as per the law. I think there are around 11 members. And like Xavier has also observed in the TOR, you can co-opt. And the good news for the REDD Plus related activities and the NAC is that the NAC is looking at all assessments on climate change. And one of its, the cardinal role is also to support matters related on climate finance. And remember, we said REDD Plus is a positive incentive, which is a result-based payment. And to make it brighter, the chair, the designated chair, whom the ministers announced today, is the PS of Ministry of Water and Environment. So it's the representative of the water and environment sector. So that affirms that matters related to REDD Plus and others will be discussed. However, what the head of Climate Finance Unit has observed, that the peculiar technical work, the in-depth, might not be touched by the NAC the way it is. But in the TOR, which we prepared, there is a provision that the NAC can establish committees, task forces, and so forth and so on. So it means that if it is in the spirit that we see we have peculiar issues on REDD Plus, then it's a matter of asking the member of the sector where REDD Plus is to propose to have either a working group or a sub-technical committee specifically to address that issue on REDD Plus. So thank you, Chair.
I just want to clarify something there. See, this National Technical Committee and task forces under REDD Plus, their responsibility was to, as soon as they're done with their piece of work, then the NAC was just supposed to finish off, because the NAC is high level, like the head of climate finance unit mentions. It doesn't look at those nitty-gritty technical issues. And so it was wise in the act to say they can always have committees or the like. But for the REDD Plus work, we already have the task forces and the national technical committees that handle those aspects before they go to the NAC. So which we had agreed, and we still agree that it will, when expanded, it will deal with the issues of REDD Plus, where we need some endorsement. It's very difficult for the NAC to create another task force specifically to look at the REDD Plus things. That is not the way we agreed. So we utilize the ones that we have, and then they have a final document for endorsement by the NAC. So and that's how easy it is actually. Yeah. So I think my responsibility is to have a conversation with the peers. I've just sent him a message tomorrow, and then we do the senior management, which I attend, and we very quickly try to look at to me about duration, but you see, it was difficult to track it given what we're going through yesterday at the department and also this meeting today. But to try to see how best we can have the minister to something to comfort people more about this. But the act is a bit clear. Thanks, Xavier, for reminding me about section 16. It's a bit clear on this. There is no contradiction at all. And REDD Plus being a mechanism which fits very well in the climate financing for the country, I think we have a lot of impetus and support from within the NAC to make sure we have aspects endorsed and move to another level. We're very soon coming to the NAC, by the way, for your information, head of climate finance. We're about to come to the NAC for some considerations. We have a lot of things at stake, which we need to sort out. That advisory committee, defining the forest again, the issues of these standards, the issues of some of these global considerations. Now, the decisions we made in Bonn the other day, some of them are touching REDD Plus, and we need to have some guidance from that steering committee or the NAC, Advisory Committee for Climate Change. Just wanted to make that clear.
The last issue we should talk about, the group had only the time allocated allowed them to talk about, to criticize or to critique about 2 slides or 4 slides or 3 slides out of how many? Out of 10, the rest has not been looked at. So what do we do to the document? I know there were comments raised by a smaller group which recommended that this can be improved by a Kampala group. Now we are doing only 2 slides or 3 slides, leaving 7 unattended to. What do we do? I need proposals. Accord is proposing. Okay, have that in mind. I still will remind you when we come towards the end how we should address that component, because there are still some slides requiring attention and the eye of a different author to look at them. We need them to be checked. So that said, I would like to invite group 2 to make a presentation. He's presenting. Okay. I thought it would be. No. You have a question for group 2?
Put ABCD under the fields.
Is it possible?
Okay, if let's go back to the screen, the first screen. It's just a general observation. As we're discussing those rows, we're having problems of identifying the rows. So there was a comment that maybe we could consider a column before the rows of, say, subdividing them into either a 1, 2, 3, 4 in italics or Romans.
That will be done, definitely. We move to group 2. Who is presenting for group 2? Is the one that survived the Bududa something? Okay, Bududa man.
No, I survived so many of them. I survived the Obote, I survived the Amin. Actually, for Amin, they left me in the bed. But we slept. The landslides, we have what called rock falls. So if you pass like this, you find the road blocked. Anyway, yeah, thanks so much. Good afternoon. Yes, and it's just after lunch. And I'm just volunteering because the younger person who was supposed to present denied the responsibility. So I had a general question and was supposed to make, oh, no, I can't. Pardon? Oh, I can do that. But we are supposed to make recommendations for strengthening the application of safeguards, including monitoring and reporting. So I know you can't see them here clearly. So either you expand, you can expand the scope in the font. Okay. As they do that, I've never known you as an IT person. We also make SMS DOS. Command prompt. Just do some command prompt stuff and you're there. You see, it has worked. Yeah, so we had a very simple question, and our task was to provide recommendations on how to strengthen the application of the safeguards, including the M&E. So we provide general recommendations, and one of the first core recommendation was to develop a communication plan for the safeguards implementation and its actualization. And we said that to actualize it, we need to repackage the safeguards into simplified and user-friendly versions or language. I think here we use the version that should be language. And then provide for ease of access to the safeguards by all the stakeholders. By here we meant that they should be in, like accessible in different formats, either print or web or brochures or audio, anything that's can easily access or the users. Then under city communication, we said we need to popularize the safeguards through multimedia channels and also translate them into local languages, because the argument was that these things work in communities. They are not necessarily for you as on your desks. You are going to apply them and people have to understand the safeguards. So we recommended that they be submitted such that we're able to understand them. Then also said we need to institutionalize these safeguards, and this will mean that if they become part of the operating procedures for your institutions, then they will be applied or actualized, because Nathan yesterday noted that when it comes to government projects, it's business as usual. So we said that they need to be institutionalized to avoid that scenario of business as usual and only leave it to projects where the donor is demanding that you apply them. Then we said that another point was to conduct internal and external independent audits to assess compliance with safeguards and to identify areas of improvement. This is self-explanatory. Internal and external independent audits. So projects, institutions, you need to be audited to see whether you are applying or you are complying with these safeguards. I know World Bank does a lot of that. It's the problems with our government. Government, please don't hit back at me. Eh? I see there's government there, government. Okay, then why we say that we need to document success stories for future improvement in the design or formulation of new or existing safeguards. This is a good practice. Where they have worked, you document the success stories, use them to improve either those that are existing or even generate new ones where you think there are gaps. Kindly move up a bit. There are not so many. Okay. There. Then we said there is a need to establish a routine reporting schedule to the stakeholders on the status of the safeguards, application, incidents, and resolution. Again, this is a good practice. Like if you work, I see this very often in, if you are working in the refugee setup, they ask you to do, there's a routine reporting. Actually, the OPM people do it a lot, and UNHCR. So if every Monday you need to do what's called a site rep, situation report. So for the same, we thought we could, apply that good practice to see whether how things are working. If the incidents, sometimes like you're working on a road project, there's an incident, it is reported or not reported, or if it is reported, the question is, was it resolved? How? Then we said we need to provide for reward system, reward or incentive mechanism for compliance with the implementation of the safeguards. That those who conform, comply, we give some reward to encourage these agencies to, to comply with these safeguards. Those who don't, we disincentivize carrot and stick approach. You are punished. Then we said we need to undertake continuous capacity building for all stakeholders to enable them to understand the importance of the safeguards and the consequences of non-compliance. Capacity building is a good practice because these things are new. Most of you, most of us, apart from Nathan and his team, but even in government circles, you find
you assume they understand, but they also don't. It's only the departments that are working there that understand them. So we think we need to do continuous capacity building for all the stakeholders. Then the other point was to establish a clear M&E system for tracking performance on the implementation of the safeguards. Maybe we should have added the monitoring, evaluation, MEAL, and learning. It's just missing the L somewhere. So that's why you need that. You need to have a new system. Then we need to provide for data security, storage, and integrity. Of course, as you know, things to do with data security, storage, and integrity. If somebody breaks into the system, maybe you are trying to resolve something, and that data is all over the place, that information, there's a problem. So we need to provide for this. The system must be secure, otherwise you get a mess. So what I presented are not my views. Yeah, I have to be very clear. Yeah, I was only representing a group. So members, that's where we are. Thanks so much. But the question is, Chika.
Is that through me, the response? Is that the response through me, or you have provided it to him directly? Okay, we've heard from the representative of the group presenting to us their recommendations that they developed or have come up with. Do we have any addition or any subtraction? Please. I'm not seeing them. Online people? Who do I ask? No, he said I'm not educated, so. The number of people. Anthony Walimbo, what are you doing? You are here. Hmm? That is yesterday. CF. That is yesterday. There are no comments. Yeah. I can't read. Okay.
You need to eat carrots. To strengthen safeguards in Uganda's REDD+ strategy, which aims to reduce emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, as well as promote conservation, sustainable management, enhancement of forest, the following measures can be considered. 1, legal framework strengthening, ensure that there are robust legal frameworks in place to protect forests and the rights of indigenous communities. This involves strengthening existing laws and policies. Free, prior, informed consent uphold the principle of FPIC, which ensures that local communities and municipalities are properly consulted and give their consent. And give their consent before any REDD plus activities are implemented in their areas. Then there's a listing social and environmental impact assessment. Scroll down. 4, safeguard information system. Establish a robust safeguard information system to monitor, report, verify implementation of safeguards. The system can track progress, identify risks, and ensure compliance. Grievance redress mechanism. Set up effective grievance redress mechanisms that allow affected communities to raise concerns and seek recourse in case of any violations of safeguards. Capacity building and awareness, build the capacity of communities, government officials, other stakeholders on safeguards and their importance and how they can be effectively implemented and monitored. Independent monitoring, engage independent monitors or third-party organizations to carry out regular monitoring, evaluation of REDD plus activities to ensure safeguards are being followed. Scroll. Please, can you scroll? Okay. And he cited an example of gender consideration. 9, transparent and inclusive decision-making. Foster transparency and inclusivity in decision-making processes related to REDD plus. 10, linkages with existing initiatives, strengthen linkages with existing initiatives and mechanisms aimed at promoting sustainable forest management, climate resilience, community rights, create synergies and maximize impact. And by implementing these measures, comprehensive approach to safeguards in REDD plus strategy and enhance effectiveness and credibility. So, Chair, yes, those were, I think, from Monday. Monday is the representative of the net, other from Elgon.
But he concludes by saying he and Philip are online.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm agreeing to you.
Okay.
Yes. What comment do you have?
Okay, thanks. What I see is that the comments provided in the chat apply mostly to the other documents. So they may not necessarily be directly related to the strengthening aspect of the safeguards. So probably we'll shift them to the other side to maybe improve a set of documents which Nathan and his team have. That's what I see. That's what I assess here. If someone does a differing, well and good. Yeah, they're in the document. So,
but what I wanted to ask is gender one of the issues raised here? Is the gender something? Is gender taken care of in the main document? We should be careful with those issues. Okay. Any other comment? We have received the comments from online participants. Comments from here?
Maybe,
Yes,
Chair,
Mr.
I have made some observations from what the team has presented as far as strengthening the application. But most of them, as if they are like process-related actions, capacity building, reporting, and so forth and so on. Yet, if I recall the presentation the safeguards coordinator made, there were really some issues as far as safeguards were concerned. One, at what point do we report if there is a risk? We have identified a risk. Whom do we report to? And there was unclear line between respecting safeguards in projects and respecting safeguards in processes like the day-to-day running of business. So for me, I thought the group would have been a bit actionable. For example, we heard yesterday that we don't have so many experts. If I recall, the safeguards coordinator said that there is need for more manpower. But we seem to be leaving that out. And two, he also talked about the issue of how we resolve some of the complaints coming in. And we did not discuss a feasible way. For example, if someone is in a community, he has observed that maybe part of his rights have been affected by a REDD plus intervention, whom does 0 and 2 at community level. So for me, I was thinking the group was going to be looking at that you call it what? Practicable processes. The way you know that if someone has died, where do you report? You start from ROC, notify ROC, then notify the nearby police, and so forth and so on, such that at the end of the day, we have something we can follow up. Over to you, Chair.
I think, Anthony, you can respond.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Bachika. I think we need to rephrase the capacity building, you're right, the actionable of it. Could we just say, trying maybe the officials or the technical staff in these and private sector and so on, rephrasing maybe the language. That's what I think. Then I think you raise a point of a referral mechanism. Like I see it in the refugee setup, they have a very good referral mechanism. If there's a problem, it is well laid out. UNHCR, I think, has made that very clear. So probably we live from there and implementation of safeguards. Yes, what I see. But they are good suggestions actually, because other additions.
You see, the reason why we are bringing these things is we have seen past experiences. All of you remember the experience of Rubiji when the demolition was happening. People, some of them didn't know where to complain. So they were going to the one who is demolishing them to complain. And for me, that was a lacuna. Because, like in law, when you are applying for letters of administration or letters of probate, you have lost a parent, and someone has taken the procedure and applied, the court provides that you complain to the registrar. it is clear you complain to the registrar through writing. So how do we have such a process that as we are strengthening adherence to safeguards, if a community X feels that it is negatively impacted, what is that formal process it should follow? From and in such a way that it can address its complaint. Let's forget about this grievance redress mechanism where we have provided an email and what. But I'm looking at a practicable way, the way the courts have made it, that if you feel someone has done this in this legal process, complain to the registrar, and within 14 days, the registrar should call you, the complainant, and the person you're complaining to. Meaning that the where you are filing the complaint, that office or person has the power, the muscle to cause two parties to come before him or her. So from the experience, how can we have such a process?
Yes, go ahead.
It's getting more complex, but I don't know what Robert is saying. We need to have some kind of arbitration mechanism because there are safeguards and people will break them. So how do you resolve when there's an offense? So sometimes there's an arbitration mechanism. Like if you see these big projects, when they come, there's a clause somewhere. There's likely to be, a staff may do something stupid, or something can happen. If you are doing the road, you want to evict people, things will happen. Like maybe you are passing here and there's a graveyard, or there's these things of heritage, because they're also protected under the law. So what happens? Should we have an arbitration mechanism where there's an offense such that they are handled? Because that's the other part as well. Somebody breaks the law, you have to arbitrate or go to a court of law in the practical sense. But I think under safeguards, normally they want to provide that level, that mechanism, because even by the time you reach court, processes must have failed. Then the next result is the courts of law. So in practical terms, I think we need to have, like at that level, a mechanism to do arbitration in case of offense, or a mechanism to, because we already have one for enforcement. So we can also train the law enforcers on the same safeguards, because to provide the charge sheet, somebody must understand this thing properly. Police, whoever is enforcement must also be the capacity training we're talking about. So maybe that's another point, that you train people in law enforcement or those who are doing compliance. Like we have people in memory, we have people in the waterlands department, actually what's called the lead agencies must have well-trained staff in safeguards. And so the institutions that resolve the conflicts, if they arise, or if somebody has, done an offense, knowingly or unknowingly, the commission or omission, is that so? Yeah.
But maybe we can get advice from our legal or learned friends like Daphne, like Anna, if they have a view of how we can address this major issue. Where do we complain if somebody has a breach of that nature? Any comment?
I think if I followed the conversation well, I'm inclined to believe what Anthony was saying, was suggesting. So it should be an issue of a capacity building of law enforcement officers, like he mentioned, the name of officials, then maybe he didn't mention the environmental police. About to enhance their capacity on how they can go about this. They should be the ones to know about the governing laws and how they can enforce the same.
I can see Washika is giving you a microphone. I just wanted to give you the right to speak. Okay, okay, Anna.
Thank you. I think right from the beginning, I had heard we were preparing a grievance redress mechanism. Does one exist under REDD plus? Because right from the beginning, there was that process, a grievance mechanism for such conflicts within that sphere of REDD plus.
I remember there was one developed in some years back, and Accord, the institution you work for, took lead in the formation of that redress mechanism.
So is it there? So then that's the first place that the community or that whoever has a grievance goes to before you go to the other usual existing systems. Other than that mechanism, then it's the usual ones that we have, like Duffin talked about.
I go to police.
Yes.
I sue you.
Yes. But the first point I think should be that grievance mechanism. What does it advise us to do within the frame of the framework of REDD plus?
Let's hear from the horse's mouth.
Thank you very much. I would say that the intention of promoting safeguards is to create harmony between the different actors, like having a win-win situation. And even if we have a GRM, it is not a replacement of the other structures. You still find that even when you go through the process, someone still remains aggrieved, and so has to go and appeal through the legal system. But what Robert was talking about on event that the duty bearer is the one who is appearing to be in breach, and you have nowhere to report. Now that becomes that's equal another challenge we are having, because even when the law is there and allows you to do certain things, there are also circumstances or there are processes that you should go through before you reach there. If I can give an example, someone is found in Lubiji, you give in Lubiji as an example. I should begin with offering what we call compliance assistance. I come to you and say, you are here, but you shouldn't be here. Or while you are here, you need to do ABCD to ensure that whatever you are doing here is not in breach of the law. And in compliance assistance, sometimes you can even sign a compliance agreement. Someone commits that I'm willing to do ABCD. If that fails, we can move to the level of an improvement notice, whereby you instruct the person within a given period of time, you must improve by doing ABCD. If that fails, we go to the restoration order, which is only now issued by the ED because the improvement notice can be issued by an environmental inspector. Now the restoration order, it's like directing you. Now that gives the ED powers of like a judge. If you don't do this, I can charge you for not doing, for failing to do that. Now, some of the challenges we face is the moment you find someone in breach of the law, you rush to evict. You know, you don't even give someone room to either even build capacity or make someone aware that this is wrong. Because much as they say ignorance of the law is not defense, but we need also to build the capacity of our people. Now, even when you have been given a restoration order, it has a time frame through which you can appeal, either to court or to the executive director. Now, what usually happens by practice is people are always fighting back. They say, where do you want us to go? They don't go through the processes that the law allows them to appeal. They say, you come and kill us from here. So on one hand, we would fault the authorities for bringing the stick first without making attempts of using the carrot. But also, there is that general failure to appreciate that even an action by NEMA can be contested. But now when you wait, because I've been following some of these things like in the media, where they say, we issued them with the letters. And then maybe they thought you were joking. Then finally, you come back and evict them. I've even seen somewhere where they give notices. They can, oh, we are giving you this time to do this. They say, we shall not leave. But in the process of refusing to leave, at least you should have made an attempt to appeal and say, oh, you have intentions of doing this, but because of ABC, I feel this is unfair to me. So I cannot say the duty bearers are doing wrong, but it would be a best practice to go through those processes before we reach that extreme end. But all in all, when we are talking about safeguards, the law still remains there. But as a project implementer, I would rather exhaust the processes within the safeguards to work well with the people within whom I'm going to do work than to think about the law first. It can come later where there is completely no other avenue. But if it is there, like the grievance redress mechanisms, they don't replace courts. But to avoid those other processes which may be costly, which may hurt project implementation, we say, let's use this mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. I think what Nathan Munono is trying to say, we should try to play it safe before we get to the courts of law. Let's exhaust everything that we can, everything possible. We exhaust them until then we can we can now move to courts of law to get an answer. Sorry, yeah, you can go. You are relieved. You want to continue the discussion? Or you want to say something? Expert advice.
Yeah, actually mine is that I've been hearing words like payment of ecosystem services. And one time when I attended a training on REDD+, someone in his own opinion said, I think the question was raised, that can payment of ecosystem services be made an effective instrument in REDD Plus? That was the bigger part of the question, because in the way one of the experts was telling us is that payment of ecosystem services was an incentive-based mechanism, while REDD Plus was a performance-based forest management. But said, depending on the approach the country takes, if it takes even a nested approach or what kind of approach, there is a way, because both have the basic principle of intensivizing. So mine is, now that we said we need, while going to perform these REDD Plus activities, and while incentivizing, is it possible to take or to take payment of an ecosystem service as an instrument within REDD Plus? That was something I wanted to.
Around that corner. I think let's have the commissioner, assistant commissioner.
Around that corner.
Hmm.
Well, it depends on how you look at it, but payment for ecosystem service is a broad term, because these ecosystem services we have are many, including hydrological services, the issues of carbon, and the related services that come along with carbon sequestration and removal of gases, which damage our ozone layer. All those are ecosystem services. So the REDD Plus mechanism falls under that, can fall under payment for ecosystem services. So it depends on how you look at it, rather than the other way around, because the PERS is broader term that includes so many of the other services, including what REDD Plus tries to deliver in terms of emission reduction. So it is REDD Plus under that. But I think the mechanism of REDD Plus has, certain requirements which some of the other services may not exactly require. Maybe that's what is a bit unique about the REDD Plus mechanism. So I don't know why people have been confusing other members that it is the other way around. I'm not sure where that comes from anyway, but yeah.
Okay. Colleagues, I wanted to,
but maybe just to mention something, the alternative dispute resolution mechanism is within our legal framework, is an allowed, agreed mechanism to prevent people from going to court. Court is very interesting, and for mechanisms of the nature of a REDD Plus, we are safer. That's what I was saying, playing safe when our safeguards coordinator was mentioning. We are safer to try and mediate, try and get these alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. That's why we have the feedback grievance redress mechanism, rather than directly going. If it goes beyond, what you can handle, but usually there's a way consensus is built. You try as much as possible to build consensus within the REDD Plus framework. That's how it has been looked at globally, because court it has its own issues. The lawyers are here, so if somebody has a dispute, a community against a district forest officer, it's something we discussed yesterday in forest in Karamoja, somebody cutting down the coffee, and so the Ike community there, where do they run to if they want to, to get their issues addressed because of that kind of situation which they. So as far as you're concerned, to try as much as possible to. That's why the safeguards issue comes in, the counting safeguards, and then the other safeguards that that we have within the framework of REDD.
Okay. the discussion is becoming sweet, but we can't keep it long. Sorry for the rest of you who still want to discuss issues pertaining to the group discussions. I would like now to invite our consultant to speak to us and tell us whether we have answered your questions, whether to your satisfaction, and the pledge that you will have a team maybe to look at these slides that we haven't had an opportunity to look at. Mr. Albert, if you can step forward.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the work you've done today, reviewing the progress of these reports, especially about REDD Plus, as far as our country is concerned. And thank you especially for your input. It is very unfortunate that the time which has been available for us has been a little. I can see the groups have brought out important issues. Now, what we must keep in mind is that what we are trying to do will be used by somebody who may not necessarily be from here to assess how well we are doing. Now, especially for the interesting issues which we are moving around and not being able to portray very clearly, not understanding it in the same way, it means that it might actually be harder for somebody who not here to understand. Now, those are the issues we need to clarify better to give ourselves a chance to portray a picture of how well we are progressing about REDD Plus. Now, the first group which presented, I think it was the group number 2, looked at out of the possible 10. And what they did was very, very important. Even the second group did a very good job. So I don't know whether we have a way of keeping it moving. Is it possible that we shall get additional time to improve this? Can we go with the slides and try to put in up to maybe a week, and then you submit to us? Is that period allowed? Nathan, is it possible? Is it agreeable to the members? And is it the period which is available? Nathan and Robert? Somebody was.
Yeah, surely it would have been good if the thematic areas had been looked at and we got an input from you. But you need to note that this was also happening at a time when we are also having a discussion with the team, the other side, the UN REDD. Actually, I was supposed to have a meeting to that 2:30 online with the support team to look at the draft. And that meeting has been called off to tomorrow. And so it is still work in progress. We discuss over this tomorrow with the other team. It will actually inform the next action. I would, in line with that, then propose that an administrative decision shall be taken to see how do we get further input from stakeholders on the other thematic areas that have not been handled.
Okay. Thank you. for that guidance. Then in that respect, in that regard, then we are going to try and integrate the input we have received today, and then we are ready for adding. But I think it does no harm if the group, because it also strengthens our understanding of what is being done. If the group continues to go through, there is nothing wrong. And also if they continue to identify the areas which would be best presented in another way or to capture any addition, there's nothing wrong for us. Even if the document has been finalized, revision is always open, I think, isn't it? Yeah, so it is important that if you can maintain, if we can continue to generate additional input so that we keep receiving it. Whether it is late for the group, for the meeting tomorrow, it can still be important for the future, isn't it? So I want to make that request. Other than that, I have to apologize for coming late today. And yesterday specifically, I was not around because I lost my mother, I should say, and the burial was yesterday in Kabale. Sorry, so thank you very much. Thank you.
So, just some bits of information. The website you are seeing here that is being displayed is the website for the ministry that provides the safeguard information system. And in there, you can actually access what is there. I don't want to say everything. Sometimes you can go there and you find it is not there. But this is the website. As and when it is there, it has some information. Please refer to it. It is inaccessible. What is there? Now, are you accessing it? You are accessing. Oh, it is the website I've told you. It's a web page. Keep trying. Yeah. Hmm? And he's not accessing it. Yeah, I think there's a problem with the browser. Colleagues, that being said, we have come close. We have come to the end of this meeting. Hello? The second one. This one is active, this one is not. Okay. But actually, even this one, you try it another time, you might find it is available. Yeah. Depending on the budget, gadget. Okay. Colleagues, we have come to the end of today and the end of these 2 days meeting. Thank you for being that resilient. You attended this meeting wholesomely and you graced us with a lot of ideas that we have been able to capture, and we shall take them as is, and we will try as much as possible to integrate them into the main documents. Without any further ado, I would like to call upon Mr. Bachika to step forward and give us say something in relation to the closure and invite the Assistant Commissioner to close this meeting. Mr. Bachika.
To invite government representative, but before I invite him, I was thinking and I was checking one of the concern I received. There was a project proponent, I won't mention the name, who went to communities and they started asking them to sign a binding agreements. All of you come from villages where you are buried, not some of you are buried in Kampala. Now, imagine in your village, there is this project man called G, and he has gone to your grandparents and convinced them to sign a project agreement that they surrender all their carbon rights to him or her or to his company. And when these people reached, the question was, who can help us? Place. Pain. You know, looking hopeless, you can't help. And that is the problem of knowing too many legalities. If you know the law very well, you cannot fight. Because you know, if I box Xavier, that is assault. Isn't it, counsel? So I want to box Xavier. I will just hide my hand. Now, why we think that this work on safeguard is going to be a very key parameter and one of the cornerstones of any either compliance or voluntary quality mechanism. Not only those, but even others. And for me, I'm happy that the ministry is investing a lot of time and resources in this safeguards work, because these are things we have been ignoring for years. All our communities, they become hostile. Now, you ask yourselves, when you see a Gatari Kung Fu, you have heard nothing. By the time the community says, when Superachi, at the back of that finding, this person is seeing no hope, is seeing no remedy, is seeing no one to help him or her listen to his or her concern. This is the cornerstone of the safeguard process under the trees standard. And I would encourage that colleagues, as the consultant has requested, let's provide the substantive comments. Let's give the practicable solution such that the ministry is able to design a clear mechanism. That was the gist why we thought that if you would identify ways of strengthening the compliance to safeguards, we would have solved it. Over the years, we have noticed and we continue to hear international institutions that have been participating in carbon markets have enjoyed the international sovereignty. How have you pay for these channels. Some of you who have the Netflix for TV, do you know why are you complaining if they charge you excessively? Do you know? But you continue paying. But apart from that application, the app, where they have a chat box, there is nothing wrong. You see, we are not in these processes and no one cares. And these international institutions are enjoying this international protection. What have communities and some people resorted to, the genesis? Online. That's why we see people are finding a lot of power and confidence in online or the social media apps. So if you see it Uber as maybe removed you from the app without genuine reasons, it didn't hear from you, you go and you start complaining to whoever will pay attention until others have resorted to going to make demonstrations. So what I want to say that this work of safeguards should be given the due attention it desires. The way we pay attention to funding, because the money is a precursor. So issues of mitigating harm should be paid attention to. And for that, allow me to invite the REDD Plus focal point for Uganda to give us the closing remarks. Thank you very much. I was asked have job in the matches that's in the country. Aspects that is related to my job description. Before the sponsorships, because this discussion and with comments. For example, safeguards helps a lot to safeguards subject. For example, is simple things. That's business. It's not like financing. Yeah. Somebody buys. Don't worry about it. And as I realize that I think on safeguards. Yeah. I speak about safeguards and why them.
Natural accept this engagement. Together, other people and something actually other plan for conference, social development, how so and that's why we have all these recordings and trying to ask you we have a consultation capacity the role of consulting with yourself. Initiative of your and what you run which is large on knowledge. I will help to keep the photo line and be appreciate your time. So it's into the environment. Is God's work and the one program. So program. For circuits, for example. Accounting. Accounting for Uganda. First year disaster, you said one software section. So I have those two elements. So consultant of the is largely the carbon accounting. So also well. We have other discussions from this one. So it's as REDD+. We are putting my MBC. So going to see what this can be. Last part we need to postulations of MBC. So we're going to be as a system of this one. We're going to give us a little bit of this of the second average. To align the MRV for climate change department, the support from sharing calls from both the NFMS and support information system. And 26. So I was from now still working on this whole thing. So we shall asking us ask to suppress but what we do is you have all the history of how things are moving. Let's know that we have applications as a industry, so by the climate change, we can This regulation was out. So this was one of the because this program was given by the House Office, the regulations out. Somewhere, sure, but as soon as we have the regulations out, we shall capacity and disseminate these regulations, of course, because they have world class quite a lot. If adding some other additional for us to that's how government works. It is one government. I just want to say so because you see, the longest time started 5 years. Supposed to have when it's expected to be different things. What's happening in the country? There's just cheap factor. So this is something 70% of the countries because phases. But there was expectation of resources from resource-based payments. And then those were just facilitate the secretariat work, the coordination function, and things like that. So that we support which highway, just as we have concluded already in this phase. We try to make sure that we speak, you continue talking, you continue getting that REDD+ problems are allowed because they're struggling. To make sure that we keep this, and this is a very powerful mechanism, by the way. In fact, globally, it's a mechanism that to fundraise elements. See, I showed you that the web page process. How the system function because of the entire infrastructure that will be fed. It's there, it's waiting for that to be fed, but we make some improvement. So this special investment and also during this phase of REDD+. So it helps us because sharing protocols when we engage the local people here just to government issue and go to the solicitors offices. It concerns them. So we need all of you. Don't you ever imagine that you are here by mistake because sometimes you can feel, this topic is very competition. Plus conversation, I must tell you. As we are discussing things, the things are about a few things because social scientists. So I just felt like sure ask the teacher that was having the swap, you can write directly to answer the celebrations. So if you ask the questions, come on, this is the secretary, don't come on. If you do training, concentration, competition, that is what we do on the daily. So we can place together future of developed in spite conversation. Let's feedback that the secretariat can help you to answer. What I'm trying to do is working together with the department, in the beginning. So this is understanding the from government. And hope that in the next few years, we should be able to have some resources specifically support, especially to allow us to engage with you and implement a roadmap strategy and or action plan. So thank you and showing the best and bless you.
Good evening once again. As Emily, I would also thank you for participating in the meeting. On the administrative announcement, refunds will be shared on your mobile money numbers. Please cross-check with the team at the back to make sure that the number is in the names that you registered with. Thank you.
Maybe just to comfort you that we normally don't delay this and you are refunded. At least we have a history. So sometimes before you leave, you can clarify whether your number is fine.
By the time you reach home,